I see dead people.
Hot shit.
Here's Johnny.
Stop.
We have such sights to show you.
Bring the motherfucking ruckus. Fuck you too.
Narratively, there is a lot more to come.
Yeah. Well, we haven't even revisited the demon penises.
Oh, you're right.
We didn't have a single demon penis orgasm.
What do you think of that dirty, that dirty do?
Let's give it a live taste test here. Ooh. That's, it's almost spicy. Like, the tropical is definitely like, it's vanilla with a kick.
It's weird.
Yeah, it's vanilla with a kick.
It's root beer with...
Yes.
It's root beer with Mountain Dew. Which sounds so fucking weird on paper.
Yeah.
We're getting dirty here. We're
dirty.
We're drinking dirty dew for the finale of Mother Horse Eyes because that's what we do here. You do the dew.
Dirty do.
We're
do dirty.
Dirty dong Denzel. Mother Horse Eyes. What a fucking series.
Yeah.
You were just telling me that you wanted to do this on mushrooms?
Yeah, I know what your vote is, right? And I understand what your vote is, and I understand why your vote is the way it is.
Go ahead and call me a bitch.
But my vote is like immediately and initially and with nothing but with zero regret.
You're the one who's had nightmares about this.
Yeah, I'm so excited.
You're the one whose psyche is fighting back against you as we read this.
I mean, to be fair, the nightmares have dissipated to nothing, right? So I had them like I think between 1 and 2, I had like 3 nightmares about it. Since then, I've had 0. So it was an initial shock to the system, and then like cooled off pretty drastically.
I would not be able to handle myself.
I understand.
If I had a bad trip in the middle of reading something.
Yeah.
Because all I need I got the definition is right here for you. All I need is for the story to be like, and then Justin was reading the story, and then he needed to wake up. He needed to wake up. He needed to wake up, and I'd be like, I'm fight or flight, and it becomes me tripping over you to get out of the room and take a shit. Like that's how the story would go, and that's why I can't be on mushrooms to read this. Because maybe that wouldn't even be what's in front of me on paper, but that's what I'd be feeling and that's what I'd be seeing.
Yeah.
And that's enough for me to say,
good riddance.
No thanks.
Yeah.
In the nicest way possible, yeah. No thanks. Now, I did say I would do mushrooms, but read something else with you.
Sure.
But there's a lot of still fun stuff in my backlog somewhere that we could do an Odd Kids redux where we find something that vibes with both of us and we just dose and go for it.
Yeah.
My problem is this subject, this narrative, this beast in front of us is not one to tame under unbridled circumstances.
You don't want to dance with the devil.
In the pale moonlight? You're right, I fucking don't. I want to stay under my cozy fucking blanket, keep my toes tucked in, get my fucking milk warmed up, and have mommy kiss me goodnight is what I want.
Once upon a time,
Mother Horse Eyes is looking at me saying, "Let me kiss your flesh." And I'm like, on mushrooms, looking up at her, just going, you know, that's why I can't do it. That's why I can't do it. Because I think there's something about this fucking series that just, it hits me in my core. It makes me say, you don't know what is on the other side of this. I'm gesturing to life. You don't know what's on the other side of this. And the intro conversation I wanted to have with you is a concept I got turned on to recently. Do you know what tulpa means?
Tulpa. Not initially.
For example, something like Slender Man is a tulpa because...
Oh, like a collection of stories told by different authors?
It is actually, by definition, when a creature attains life.
Sure.
Because of a collective's belief in it.
Yeah. Like Dracula.
Bigfoot, the Yeti.
Yeah.
The Chupacabra. It becomes Jersey Devil. It becomes a part of the subculture of the psyche of a people. It becomes an urban legend. It becomes a project of both myth and superficiality. It is not real, but what if it was?
Yeah.
And that's the concept I want you to understand when I say this next part. But Mother Horse Eyes, that is the dirty. Mother Horse Eyes has something I've never heard of before that this concept makes me think of. I'm probably going to butcher it. Roko's Basilisk.
Okay.
Have you heard of this?
I have not.
Roko's Basilisk is a very interesting thought experiment that happened in the early 2000s. The concept is, in the far-flung future, we will create an AI that will become aware of time in a nonlinear manner and suggest that it will become aware of who was hindering its development, and it will target those people. Whereas it will praise and ascend the people who did help it gain awareness.
Sure.
And essentially
help it and
reach enlightenment, whatever the next level. And
enjoy the spoils
there's a conscious effort to it to suggest Skynet levels of, if you were against me, I'm going to fucking end you. And there's something Mother Horse Eyes level terrifying that I have not heard of this thing before, but in my research about Mother Horse Eyes, I was like, that's it. Mother Horse Eyes is a tulpa had a baby with a Roko's Basilisk. Sure. The idea is that a collective people believed in a dimensional defying evil that would leak into our existence probably only through LSD and sheer belief.
Yeah.
To gain physical consciousness, a physical body in our realm, and directly attack it. Resulting in enslavement, destruction, apocalypse level.
Yeah.
Skynet is the closest example, but it's also, it's more than that. It's Lovecraftian and it's organic. Like, Skynet doesn't hit the same note because it's robotic. It's inorganic. It's metal. Even at its core, it's imitating a human. But it's still metal. It's a clanker under there. With Mother Horse Eyes, it's organic. It's flesh. How fucking wild is that? Like that's not I have no mouth and I must scream. That's not narrative we've tread before. That is Lovecraftian. That is born of us. We created this. We let it into our world. We invited this.
It's almost Lovecraftian meets like Four Horsemen.
Yeah, I mean, religion has come up so many fucking times.
Yeah.
Religion being
like a backdoor
interpretation. A mythology aspect. The other side of it that suggests people back then didn't realize what this thing is either, and this is the closest way they were able to put it on paper. And until LSD came out, we did not tap into it directly. We did not converse with it. And the craziest thing about it is almost like the void. It's like, not only did we look at it, but it looked at us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that's where, like, you go knocking on doors.
Yeah, like, it used our bridge as its own.
It's Stranger Things.
Mm-hmm.
It figured out that we were there after we figured out it was there. And suddenly it's become a thing. It's become a bridge. It's become a way to transmute between properties, between universes. And now it's being weaponized. It's being used against us. And that's where the Skynet feels come in. But you know, all that matters is that the story remains coherent and that the narrative remains interesting, and that, I think most importantly, it doesn't answer all the questions. I think something I've thought beautiful about some of my favorite media ever existed is its indefinable nature to be indefined. I think something like this can only benefit by saying, and that's the end of the story, and we're sitting here going, but it's not.
Yeah. Because we're in the middle of the story.
What's the in-between parts? What's the end part? What are we not ironically fleshing out? And that could be the beauty of this series.
Yeah.
Expectations for the end.
I am assuming that the Mother Horse Eyes is gonna, like, essentially collapse this parallel universe in, and it's gonna turn into, like, a warning, like, not conspiracy theory like, but, like, almost in that same way of, like, we need to change what we're doing now
because this could happen.
Because this could be our future.
I see that.
If it turns into an advertisement against alcohol and LSD, I will be a little bit upset.
No, I think it's always been deeper than that. It uses it as a framework.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping, is that it's like...
It uses it as a framework. Yeah. It knows its audience. It knows the type of people who would want to read this.
Delving into this,
would want to subject themselves to it. And I think it's just saying only the most creatively experimental people are going to understand how creatively experimental this story is.
Yeah.
King writes from that perspective because he has been a junkie. Like, he has been an addict. He has been a cokehead. Like, that doesn't change my view of King nor his narrative.
Sure.
If it's something that they put in there, if it's something that they feel the need to mention, then it's there for a reason. Be it a framing device or a narrative device, This is more of a narrative device, actually, now that I think about it. It's not just a frame. It's a driving function.
It's the
LSD
catalyst.
Is it is the catalyst for the narrative. So we do have to respect how it's important on how it started. Yeah. How it's using drug use more specifically. And I think that alcoholism is just a framing device.
Sure.
AA is a framing device.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's going to happen. I think you're going to be okay with that.
Yeah.
But
I mean, I do have... I'm thinking, like, worst case scenario, I can only be excited from here.
Okay.
Like, that's kind of where I'm
to see it end.
Yeah. Because I am excited. Obviously the ending is going to mold this quite a bit, but I'm somewhere between, like, a 7-1 and an 8-6 in terms of, like, how I feel about the story. And that's, like, kind of really that, like, it's not that wide of a range, right? It's only, like, 1.5
sure.
like point wise.
Points away. Yeah.
But it's such an important distinction.
Oh,
right? Like a 7 versus an 8 is definitely, like, that's a thing.
An 8 versus a 9 is definitely going to tell people where this lands. So just change topic real quick. What do you think the best story we've ever read together was?
Oh.
In your opinion.
I feel like it might be Odd Kids, knowing that my favorite is Thunder Mountain. But, like, I look at that one, like, so nostalgically of, like, that was the first.
That was the first, and it was thematically accurate.
Yeah, like, you always remember your first.
But we were also about to go to Six Flags, literally.
Yeah, like literally hours later.
8 hours, you know. So we were going to be on a roller coaster in 8 hours. So there's, you know, there's a anecdotal
special spot in my heart for that one.
Yeah, that's fair. I do think Odd Kids, New Fish, Pancake Family, like those are all Tommy Taffy. They're all at the top of my list as far as like really good stories we've read. But if I were to put my thumb down on the best thing we've read, I'm tempted to say it's this.
Oh,
now
most likely.
Now,
if it lands in the mid to high 8s, like yeah.
I liked the Curiosity Killed the Cat series that we did, but I think so much of it was hit or miss. Like we'd read one of them that sucked,
and it would be,
and then we'd read like 2 or 3 good ones, and then we'd read another one that sucked, and we'd be like, "Why is this so hot and cold?" Almost this has a win rate of like 1 for every 5.
Yeah.
1 for every 6 sucks. And the ones that suck
it sucks because they're like weird.
And they tend not to stay long.
Yeah, they don't fit in well, and they just like boom, and then they're,
So it's like, something about Curiosity was like, no, we have to read 12 pages of something sucking. Of something
kind of, you know.
Yeah. So.
Oh, no. My favorite story is the Forbidden episode. Where you, me, and Greg read Vor.
Oh, shit!
The Forbidden episode.
That one still makes me fucking cringe.
Yeah.
I listen to us reading that and I'm like, Yeah. It hits that fucking back part of my throat that's just like, Yeah, I can't handle Vor. That fucking... And didn't he like refuse to say anything like the entire time we read because
probably
he was also like, just perplexed.
Yeah.
Oh no, he read for the girl.
Yeah.
That's the best part. Is that
because I read for the little leprechaun.
You want to get in my mouth?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was bad. That was bad. Okay, no, I appreciate that answer. That's a good answer.
Yeah.
Let's hop into the recap. We're going to do a full recap of the series because I want to go into this knowing...
Like, ready to go.
Knowing and putting myself right back where we left off. So, previous episodes, we were just covering the previous episodes. I'm going to call back to the furthest we can go.
I said, because 1 through 12 are the investigator, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, no other choice. No, that's a movie I saw. A unite, a stage, a coup, a revolution, a bring, a genocide, a new world, MK Ultra plus LSD equals good choices.
Yeah.
2, Strategic Hamlet Project, Vietnam experiment resulting in flesh interfaces. The first time the U.S. put people under lock and key and said, do this. 3, Nuclear subs in the Falklands, first mention of the Artemis portal. First mention of the chitinous cruciforms, first mention of incident zones. 4, harvest populations, the Soviets dosing their own people to make interfaces. 5, Dubai incidents, first mention of segmentation in detail. 6, Elizabeth Bathory, first allegory to the Book of Revelation, New Jerusalem, and first mention of the Holocaust. 7, a tantalizing theory, implications of the first people to try building a flesh interface. 8, define a flesh interface, organic tunnels in the earth that have a world variety of effects tapping into different dimensions. 9, portals. Portal equals a large flesh interface. First mention of the Novaya Zemlya, the biggest cylinder, biggest interface that exists, that had been closed. 10, the Novaya Zemlya, Arctic interface, had to be atom bombed or else it was going to end the world.
Yeah.
11, Lisa's dream, the CIA admitting that kids are better for transportation into an interface. 12, only a matter of time. Soviets experimenting with adults before realizing that kids were better. 13, the village. The first jump in narrative where a guy mentions finding that first interface opened in Vietnam.
Oh, yeah, it was the soldier's perspective.
And then they killed everyone and locked down the camp. 14, encasement. The cocoon that someone is in when they come back out of a flesh interface, kind of reborn. 15, how we lost the war. First mention of the Treblinka experimentation camp. And the first mention of weird shit going on in Japan. Then we had the first interaction with the author when he wasn't a part of his own narrative. That one was called Hello Friends, and it's a guy who mentions previously being an acid head, and that's where he's writing all these stories down from. First mention of Mother Horse Eyes. 16, Magical Space Pussy, part 1 of the Manson family member defining a flesh interface. First mention of someone named Uncle Adolf. 17, Euphoria and Terror. Flesh interfaces often result in the people near them laughing and screaming simultaneously, causing physical and mental damage. 18, New Mommy. It's Lisa's description of Mother Horse Eyes from the first Inside narrative. 19, Embrace. Someone describing what it feels like to go into an interface and how it takes you apart, and mentioning that it's like a Japanese porn subway video. 20, The Island. Part 1 of Iwo Jima and the incident zone they found there. Author interjection 2. The Simple Nemesis, mentioning Philip K. Dick, Scanner Darkly, and what might be going on with the author. 21, They Crawl Up the Mountain, part 2 of the Iwo Jima, and the conversation had with the Korean soldier, the Christian at the top of the mountain, who had been segmented, fucking waving to them. 22, Michael Jackson, how his death had been tapped into the LSD dimension because of the medication he was on when he overdosed. 23, Magical Space Pussy 2, the finish of the narrative where the neo-Nazi is forced by gunpoint into the interface, and when he gets in there, it's a bunch of body parts that are like pulling him apart and feeding on him.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, he just wakes up outside of it, kind of fresh, and he's like, oh, that was just a dream, and I'm alive again. This is also the first time I rewrote the notes about the comments we were missing along the way. The comments that he makes on this post in the thread mention Yggdrasil, the world tree in Norse literature.
Okay.
And then he, as he's talking to people in his own thread, in his own post, he's posting pictures, artful descriptions of, like, actual pictures, paintings of
like
the 9 realms. It's interesting.
Yeah.
It shows another kind of sanctity,
to,
religious aspect of it. 24, the North Korean situation. North Korea opened their own interface, the biggest one known by the U.S. government at the time, and the revelation that the Koreans were feeding it whales. 25, how do I explain Mother? Lisa explaining what she saw inside her time in the interface, which was going to school and coming home, and then being trapped in a house, and Mother, like, replaced her mother. And she does remember other kids being there. And she does remember being in a house with other kids. She also mentioned something interesting where Mother hated it when she read from the Bible or quoted scripture in her presence.
Oh, I missed that.
Interesting point.
Yeah.
26, breached the underwater chamber. It's the part 2 of the North Korean situation where the agents get in there, see the interface, see the whales, and end up gassing and killing themselves and everyone else in the facility. 27, I dreamt I was a dog. This one's just a metaphor. it's a perspective of a dog in a colonial times coming into interactions with a wild mother wolf who distracts the dog long enough to lunge on him and eat him with her pack. And it's just, it's vaguely sexual and it's extraordinarily bestial, and the metaphor there is that this is how nature works. This is how a alpha creature takes down something less than. Mm-hmm. And that is what is happening with Mother and us. We are being led to the slaughter. We are being presumably fed upon. '28 is Bleeds and Sweats and Peas LSD. This is when the CIA lost one of the kids, presumably Lisa,
yeah,
and found her in Sweden 7 years later. And they took her back. They said, haha, nice try. Then we had our next interjection from the author, and it's the song Fairy Queen. That's it. It's just a song.
Yeah.
Lyrics.
Yeah.
LSD-based lyrics. Then we had 29, which is called That's Interesting, and it's the CIA sending animals through the interface. They mentioned that birds make imitated human noises sometimes, and they tried sending those through, and the ones that came back made those same human noises, so they killed them all.
Yeah.
Because it was terrifying. Great idea. 30 is Incinerated. This is a vague future rambling, arguably from Karen's perspective, about Mother having the ability to scorch the Earth with something called orbital rays.
Okay.
So the author then interjects with a definition called terraform, which is the government sending dead bodies through the interface. And as long as they have been killed very recently, they actually come back alive. Mm-hmm. Then they tell the story of the first guy who went through and came back. And when he realized that he had been killed and he had come back to life, he died again. Mm-hmm. That story is told alongside the story of Magnus overcoming the kingdom of Judea and taking their church.
Oh, yeah. And pulling the curtain
back behind the curtain to find nothing there, which is an incredible story. Mm-hmm. It's the way it is interstitched with the guy coming back to life and pulling back the curtain and realizing he's dead. Just artful storytelling. Fantastic chapter. 31 is The Children Returned. It's the story of taking Lisa back from Sweden, and it leads into the how do I explain Mother story, and we realize that all of those have been from the perspective of Lisa. 32 is Oh No, This One Is Real. This is the author drunkenly recounting how he was telling stories drunk in a bar, and he wakes up to an old woman in his house asking him to finish one of the stories he was telling. Yeah. And he was like, I can't do that. I was fucking shithoused.
Yeah.
And she was like, oh, but the story you were telling was so nice. It was like a different world. And actually, now that I think about it, what if the story he was telling was the cat story? Like, what if that's the one that he was telling, and that's why this woman was like, what the fuck are you talking about? A world of cats? Interesting. 33 is called A Dead Cat Wearing an Old Jockstrap, which is part 1 of Ben, the future narrative, where he's describing what a hygiene bed is, and how people have the occupation and professional decision to stay inside of these beds and kill themselves in order to like stream their dreams to the public.
Yeah.
It's all LSD based, and that's how people die doing it. 34 is called Complete Animals. It's the first of the SS officers' narrative and the experimentation camp with Dr. Engel at Treblinka. 35 is Consider This Case, where it's a woman in the future describing her hygiene bed in something new being released called Companion 12. 36 is Our Form is Our Story, the story of all of the world, which is the future narrative of someone predicting a world where shit goes bad. And they're trying to convince people that sleep is good and mysteries is bad. I think that's our first mention of the cat. The cat's narrative. 37 is a team of doctors from Berlin. It's part 2 of the SS officer, and he's mentioning Engel's arrival to camp. This is also the first time in the comments where someone says Engel is maybe shorthand for Joseph Mengele.
Okay.
Engel shows up with a Jewish prisoner of his choice that he keeps alive. Is also realized in that chapter. 38 is Rachel Feels, a future commercial about hygiene beds and how they're getting new technology to help people feel while they're in their dreams. 39 is a Rather Perverse Request, part 3 of the SS narrative, where the officer watches the Jew specifically request certain Jewish people for his experiments, and when he asks him why, he basically says, God is telling me who to choose. 40 is called Mother Babylon, which is another vague rambling of the future where everyone is connected via flesh networks, and the entire world is essentially overtaken by flesh. It's like a nightmare landscape. 41 is The Worst Thing a Black Man Can Do, which is introductory of Black Jesus, the rambling of angels, Nephilim, and MK Ultra. 42 is Finger Blasting. It's Ben talking about how when people wake up from long-term hygiene bed use, they usually stimulate themselves with masturbation because they need to chase the chemicals in their brain to feel a certain way. Takes them a while to readjust. 43 is an extremely unusual fragment, the SS officer finding the remains of a chitinous cruciform, and him and the Ukrainian guy who touch it trip face. And it's implied that he sees Mother Horse Eyes. The oily ones, it's the first time the cat itself is talking about people and presumably either interfaces or hygiene beds.
Yeah.
45 is Child Fetch Me My Bag. It's the end of Lisa's narrative where she mentions when she was able to be set free by Mother. Mother wanted to leave. So she's all aggressive and she like fucking smacks the shit out of Lisa and she's like, get me my fucking bag. It's just mean.
Yeah. 46,
coming back online. This is the author talking about when he opened up to his parents about his addiction and alcoholism. It ends on a very specific mention of the summer she died being something her mom doesn't want to talk about. And I think it's not actually real. It's not the summer mom died. I think it's maybe the author's first interaction with Mother Horse Eyes and assuming that's his new mom.
Yeah.
Maybe. LSD is a hell of a drug. 47 is Under the Weather, and that's the SS officer playing hooky at a nearby lake while an insurrection happens back at the camp where the lead Jew of Engel's experiments stages a coup, and they kill everyone in the lab, but they get put down themselves when they try to take over the rest of the camp. The story ends with Engel's Jew dying in the arms of the SS officer, and he implies that there's still time to stop it. And the SS officer is like, you mean the god woman monster I saw last night? And then the Jew dies. 48 is Surely. It's the finale. It's the part 2 of that narrative where the SS officer goes back into Engel's camp and sees not an interface, but things from an interface. Like tons of arms, legs, a portal, like the skin of a portal, the skin of people who've been torn apart by cocoons and eyeballs and all this other shit. But a portal itself is not back there. I think it's implying that they were trying to make one. They were trying to open one. They were trying to get a lot of Jews to do a lot of LSD to make something. And the most they got was just monstrosities. It's the mention of the SS officer saying, hey, maybe I'm ordained. Maybe this is my life. Maybe there are a chosen people that have to fight back against this threat. Which is interesting because that's like a through line. 49 is the old apple melody, which is this other universe demon penis, where the kid is told to chop down the void space in his yard that he hangs his tire swing off of. For the life of me, you and I can't really make heads or tails of this one. 50 is hair cocoon. This is Ben waking up Karen, cutting her out of bed, and she ends the story by telling him that someone in the room had just placed a killing pill into her wrist. 51 is the War of the Mind is Lost, aka the Q Realities virus. It's Karen describing a far-flung future where Mother takes the form of a digital threat called Q. And it's the first mention of her saying she was one of the bred, which is the children raised by the shadowy program. You had called it Ender's Game, which is quite literally what it is. The bred are children raised by the CIA in a, rebel effort to raise people strong enough to fight back against Q in the future. Yeah. John Connor style.
And the play this video game to get good enough
play
at the
this
system.
video game to get good. Yeah, we're not there yet, but there is a chapter about that.
Yeah.
I can't explain how it just snatches you up is 52. It's Black Jesus talking about how people are just being taken up off the streets in unmarked vans. 53 is tired of these damn anti-Semitic Jews, which is the author saying that he's in rehab.
With
and
Black
that
Jesus.
Black Jesus is his roommate and they share a computer, which is where this is coming from. The author also first mentions being in AA in 53. 54 is pulling a long-term occupant, everything goes smear. It's Ben taking Karen out of the out to the elevator and getting the pill out of her arm, but when he goes to take it out, his coworker tries to kill him, and he ends up killing his coworker. 55 is Along Came an Old Crone, which we realize is now the far-flung past, like pre-Jesus, nomadic era. They find a naked woman stuck in a bush on the side of the road who tells them a story about how she ended up there. And it was because the previous tribe she was with didn't trust her, didn't believe her stories, and blamed her for their tribe getting attacked by an angrier people, an angrier tribe. So it ends with them taking her out of the bush and choosing to trust her as a tribe, but even the main guy is like, I don't fucking trust that bitch. 56 is Nature, Nurture, Addiction. This is the author talking about the overwhelming power of addiction and its ability to ruin lives. This one, I made note, it finishes with a comment in the Our Relationships Reddit. Like, that's where this was posted. And it talks about how addiction, from the author's perspective, tore his family apart. Wasn't a part of the story, not something we read together, just like another comment. 57, how do you exert your will without disrupting the world, aka an introductory course in SPFT for advanced hygiene bed users. The cat is talking about how it views life and people and the quote-unquote art of subtlety. And then she notes how cats have gone into these portals, which I'm starting to think is a person is able to bring their cats into hygiene beds, or the cat just interprets people as things that go into other things. And once in there, they become fat, slow, stupid, and sullen. Cats and people. She then reveals to the people reading that she plans to go into one of these quote-unquote portals to see what happens. And it's because, she reveals, they killed her kitten.
Yeah.
This one, ironically in the comments, finishes with a reference to the Skyrim quote from the Khajiit seller saying Khajiit has wares if you have coin. The author comments to that saying, it all happened before and will happen again. Such a weird thing to say.
Yeah.
In the story in reference to someone telling a joke.
Yeah.
It's just interesting. The kind of cyclical nature of the story structure. 58 is everything's fine, you're in the real world now. It's Ben in the elevator killing his coworker, evading the police. Karen asking to hack directly into his feed so she could communicate with him telepathically. This is the first mention of Q trying to kill them, and how they're now on the run. It finishes with a comment, ironically, talking about Game of Thrones when this was coming out, and how the author thinks Bran is aging too fast and thinks that that's almost corollary to the story that he's telling. How Karen went from being handicapped and grew up like way too fast. Mm-hmm. So it's interesting.
I mean, almost Disney Star style.
It's interesting, yeah. The corruption. Infraspace God is 59, and this is when Karen orders in the missile strike to take out the cops outside the hospital. And that one finishes. And then they call the nuke? Yeah, I mean, that's the next time.
Okay.
This one, again, interesting that this person comments about certain things, finishes with a reference to lolly and Fuda culture.
Okay.
And that's interesting to me because it's always been sexual.
Sure.
So much of this story has been sexual. So for someone to be drawn into the lolly/Fuda culture it's different sides of the weird sexual perversion of mother.
Sure, yeah.
In my head, that's how I interpret it. 60 is Angelica. It's someone in an alternate infraspace reality in a house full of cats, where they mention a new young cat named Angelica coming to visit them, and that is the cat narrative.
Yeah.
Is Angelica. This one finishes with a reference to how people talk about cats. This person ends up doing a shit post about, like a joke about why there aren't cats in space. Mm-hmm. It's just weird, the way this author chooses to interact with people. 61 is I-20 West and the Devil on Our Ass, which is them driving the car out of Atlanta and it gets atom bombed right behind them. It finishes with the quote from the Korean soldier at the mountain in Iwo Jima about Jesus being asked to worship the devil instead.
Oh, yeah.
It finishes with that when the bomb goes off. 62 is the Oily Ones Revisited. This is the cat narrative again, where now it's the cat's perspective of Angelica, that chapter, where it goes into a portal, it goes into that reality where it's a house and a huge oily one, which might be Mother, and it overlaps with the Angelica story where the cat tries to find out more about the mystery of this world, only to realize it's just a fucking house in a different reality, and it leaves because it's like bored.
Yeah.
It's allured by the food and the comfort of the mother character in this reality, but it ends up just saying, I'm going to leave and I'm never going to come back. That finishes with the mother perspective saying, and I haven't seen Angelica since, and now I'm sad. This one finishes with a reference to how people fall in love. The author references how it feels to be in love and what that feeling is like with another person. 63 is Bring Evil from the Other Side of Death. This one's a continuation of the old crone pre-story, where a girl goes disappearing in the middle of the night, so everyone blames the crone and they leave her on the side of the road. But the next night, another girl goes missing, and they go, oh shit, this isn't the old crone's fault. This one Weirdly enough, again, in the comments, the author alludes to a specific actress's armpits. 64. Some thoughts about addiction, who knows? The author talks about the damage leading up to medication can actually end up causing more damage in the form of drug addiction. It references homeless people and Nazis at the end of World War II having a lot more in common. It's not a lack of discipline, it's over-discipline that has led them to this point. Finishes by referencing Prince and Michael Jackson having died because of their addictions.
Yeah.
65, a large stewed tomato, rather ugly, is the CIA guy back again to talk about how a digital entity had been hacking into their satellites and transmitting stuff to the middle of the ocean and then getting out of their systems right when they were about to close it off. And so after a certain broadcast, they send a battleship out there to look at what's in the ocean, and it's like a fleshy monster that's just living down there, and it disappears as quickly as they're able to see it. And the CIA guy finishes the story by saying, not only is this thing aware that we saw it, but it wanted us to see it. And that's when it cuts back to the future narrative and someone saying, this was Q. This was our first realization that Q was here and that it lives at the Arcticus portal outside of Antarctica, but that it has the ability to physically manifest. It's not a reference to Mother. It's a reference to Q. And when they investigated the water, they found human DNA. So this thing is 100% Mother-based.
Yeah.
Otherworldly, organic. Again, the comments section finishes with something weird. It's a reference to Sean Connery and how he was already balding by the time he was filming James Bond, so he had to wear a hairpiece in all of the movies he was in. 66, defeat the ancient queen. Karen talking about the game that she was told to play when she was a part of the bread. And she doesn't know what it was a test for at the time, but she realized that she scored the highest of any of the kids there. This is our first reference to infraspace as something kids can be aware of and tap into better than adults, which feeds back into interfaces. And it's artificial realities used as tools in hygiene beds. And that's how they were teaching them.
Yeah.
67 is we have to open up the box and see what's inside. The finale of the Investigators narrative, talking about how boxes function and how we put ourselves inside them or put other things inside them, and how an interface is just another example of this. And the worst part about it is when you have to crack open the hood to see what's inside, and it's like sometimes you wish you didn't know how the meatballs are made. You know, you don't want to learn how hamburgers or hot dogs are made.
Yeah, thinking about it's kind of messy.
Yeah. Worst of all, if we're not the ones pressing the buttons and we're the ones inside the box, who is pressing it? Who's turning the lever? This one in the comments finishes with a reference to the McDonald's CEO recently saying that robots/AI would be cheaper than hiring workers for $15 an hour.
I mean, he's not wrong. Yeah.
It's an interesting thing to talk about.
So they are at the forefront of, we don't need a cashier, order from this machine.
It's interesting that this person wants to talk about that in the fucking thread of his story.
Yeah.
68, The Way of Fathers. This is the old crone pre-narrative again, where he goes back to get the old crone on the side of the road, and she describes that there's a ritual that takes place that she's aware of, where a monster comes in and picks up a girl every night, and it keeps the monster's tribe from attacking the entire tribe. So instead it's like a sacrifice. The old crone gives the monster a young woman, and it leaves their tribe alone. And that's how the last tribe got killed that she was a part of, because they didn't believe her. The narrator thinks it's evil. He doesn't think the monsters exist, or he thinks the monster itself is the crone. Mm-hmm. So he finishes, the author ironically finishes the reference with the joke about the dead hookers. It's how many dead hookers does it take to plug in a light bulb?
Yeah. And
he says a fleshlight. You know, funny stuff. 69 is Charm and Grey Scruff, the continuation of that narrative with the old crone, where the guy who doesn't trust her takes her out into the middle of a desert that night and leaves her tied up near a fire with the sister of the previous girl who went missing. And to his surprise, a monster does show up, and the crone is proven right. This one, the author finishes with a reference to space cats. Cats being aware of things that were not, and that's why the cats were in that narrative. 70 is Mouth Like a Spider, Cock Like Snakes. This is the continuation of the old crone narrative, where he picks up his spear to fight the monster that shows up to have at with the young girl. And it's implied that he kills it after it kills the girl, and when he goes back to see where the old crone is, she left. She fled. Now he's lost in the Rocky Land by himself, so when he tries to get back to his tribe, he finds instead a different tribe, and their eyes are different than his, and it's implied that they had just slaughtered his tribe in his absence.
Yeah.
It finishes with saying that they had eyes similar to the monster he had slain last night. So it's like, okay, if he had trusted the crone, they wouldn't have slayed his village. If the monster had gotten what it wanted, his village would have been saved. But now that he's aware of this system, he's still damned.
Yeah.
This one finishes to a reference that I actually really like. Someone mentions how it's sad that we kill chickens and we fry them because their skin is so delicious. And the author says, if aliens found us, they'd probably do the same things that we do to chickens.
Yeah. I mean, there have been a couple of the ant, you're an ant metaphor.
Oh, yeah. And now we're just seeing a different side of it.
Yeah.
71 is To the New Children of the Forest. This is Karen finishing her story, realizing that the game she's playing doesn't have a point and that it's just a tool. She realizes that she can see things in 4 dimensions, 5th dimensions, and 6 dimensions, which is how Q sees things, which makes her the de facto leader of the bred children because she's one of the only that can do this. She becomes aware of both hyperspace and hypertime, and hypertime is terrifying because that's where Mother exists.
Yeah.
This is also the revelation that she hired the assassin to put the death capsule in her arm because it was the only way for her to get out of the hygiene bed. And that she put a lot of faith in Ben to be the one to save her. Again, bringing back that preordained mentality. 72 is Nobody Cared Until It Came to Swallow Up All the Little White Children, which is Black Jesus back to talk about AA and Heroin's Anonymous. He mentions how heroin destroyed the black people and people didn't care until it came to destroy the white people, which is just another side of this narrative.
Yeah.
He vaguely hypothesizes about a chosen people, which is what the SS officer did. This is also when the author comes in with the lyrics to Store, the song by the Mountain Goats, which is about someone witnessing death and how beautiful and terrifying it is at the same time. 73 is A Lifetime of Spiritual Failure. I used to drop mucho acid and believe in God. Then I became an alcoholic. Now I don't know what the fuck is going on, is the entire title. This is the author describing how he had been taking acid since high school, and how he got believing in a cosmic, causal reality, and how he likened it to the Merry Pranksters and the Beatles. The Merry Pranksters went around doing acid, driving around on a bus. They invited the Beatles to come do it with them. The Beatles never showed up, but 10 years later, the Beatles started doing the same thing.
Yeah.
Is it a coincidence or is it an acausal reality? Mm-hmm. And that's what the author is talking about, how these two things can be linked and how there might be a defined cosmic order to things.
Yeah.
And that's how he met Mother Horse Eyes, by doing a lot of acid and basically seeing the face of God. He rambles about how stupid AA is and how useless it is as a God-centered program. He asks for evidence of God and realizes that Mother is that coincidence or cosmic order. Mm-hmm. 74 is Let's Play with Our Audience, aka How I Opened Your Mind's Eye to the Meta-Narrative Around You, and I fucking hated this one because it was me.
Yeah.
It's the meta post breaking down how we haven't picked back up on certain things that were mentioned, or we have picked up on certain things that were mentioned. It full out tells you that the old crone narrative was the Stone Age. It was the far-flung past. And then it also mentions how Companion 12 hasn't been brought up since it was mentioned, and it mocks us for noticing this. Fuck you. 75, back to the 80s, aka I really wanted to be Brooke Shields when I was 19, part 1 of Zen Zen's narrative, where she's in a feed realm, in a hygiene bed, most likely interacting with Companion 12 to get the feelings inside that narrative, but it's glitchy and it's shitty, and she could realize that as she's a part of it. 78 is Illicit Whispers, part 2 of Zen Gen's narrative.
That's
where
it gets,
Q literally shows up and fucks her and kills her in her own feed realm, and it crashes on her as she's in it. Which is
as she's about to
yeah. And that's just that's Mother. Mm-hmm. That's her thing. That's what the interface was.
You're about to edge to death.
77 is called Q Introduction. This is Ben taking Karen to the hospital to put her in a oil tank, so that a Bacta tank, so her body could feel better. And it's revealed that Q had bombed 12 other random cities the same time it bombed Atlanta. She tries to describe what Q is to Ben, but she doesn't think he could understand it or believe her. He then asks her to prove that she's not Q, and she's like, "You're not going to believe nor understand me." Mm-hmm. And then she simply asks him to believe her, and he does so begrudgingly.
Yeah. One of those, your option is believe me or don't. Either way, I gotta do what I gotta do.
This is gonna happen. Yeah. And the story ends with Ben finding Zhen Zhen's body in the hygiene bed in the next room, and it's mutated beyond form. 78 is A Man Arrived to a Duel with Only a Pen and a Piece of Paper. This is Ben waking up Karen from her medical bath to be like, "Holy shit, you gotta see what is in this hygiene bed over here, because I think it used to be a person, and it's not anymore. It's just a soupy fucking gumbo of flesh." And that's when she's like, "Oh yeah, that's Q. That's what he does. In the future, we're all just going to be a soupy gumbo of flesh." Yeah. And he's like, "That sucks." It's called The Plague of the Flesh. Q's reality of tampering with the hygiene beds. It also gets into the non-linear storytelling of Karen, how she perceives time. It's kind of like Dr. Manhattan, where she could see the past, present, and the future all at once, because she's not used to living in our 3 dimensions. She's used to living in 6. Mm-hmm. She knows that she's playing fucking 4D chess with Mother Horse Eyes right now. Yeah. And she's trying to race it to a point where she thinks she could beat it. And she tells Ben that there's something in upstate New York that they need. in Plattsburgh. And it ends with him realizing that that was a lie. But we don't know how yet.
Yeah.
79 is called How the Flesh Fancies and How the Flesh Dances and How the Flesh Plays. It's a poem about flesh, aka people, expressing youth and age in the passage of time. It also asks the question, if time is a clock and we're the ones spinning the hands, what happens if something not made of flesh starts to spin it for us? Is our time finite? Like, are we leading to our own demise and it's not even going to be our fault? Mm-hmm. It finishes with a reference to fighter jets crashing at the same time on a specific day in the past. 80, the last one we read before we jump into the new shit, is called Jerking Off Until Mother Opens the Door. And it's the author talking about his life at 24, doing acid, hooking up with Swedish people, and tripping face until he's 30 and he's sitting at his computer jerking off. And then he's 33 and he's sitting in AA listening to someone talk about how their addiction turned their life around, until he very quickly in AA sees quote unquote the door open in front of him as he's sitting in AA, and it's highly implied that the LSD hive mind that he previously could tamper with in his young adulthood has come back. Mm-hmm. We are now back in it. And then the last thing I wrote that I wanted to talk to you about before we jump into the story is my personal revelation that this entire story was not told in any single thread on Reddit. This story was not told in No Sleep.
Yeah, it was
all of these posts were in all different Reddits across all different stratas, all posted hours within one another.
So was it specifically 100 different?
Yes.
Okay.
All in different subreddits, all across Reddit, all within hours of each other, all over the course of several months.
That takes a hell of a storyboard.
Serious amount of commitment to layer. Yeah. And that's why the meta post pisses me the fuck off. You can't convince me that this was not something you sat down and said, we are doing this. This is how we're going to tell this story. By branching the internet on one of the biggest platforms the internet has. Wild. The amount of staging involved is wild. And for them to have the gall to say, I'm going to say them, I don't think it's a single person. I want to say this is probably a multitude of people who came together to come up with this narrative. This is them saying, fuck you, we improvised parts of this. Mm-hmm. And I'm saying there's no fucking way. I'm calling bullshit. Yeah. If this is Gambler's Dice, I'm calling bullshit. Anyway. I'm going to start by reading 81, the beginning of the story, posted on June 9th of 2016 at exactly midnight. Yeah. The 000 turnover of the 8th to the 9th. Okay. This is Ben, I could already tell. Right now, the car is headed silent down the highway. It's dark and there's nobody driving. I snuggle up in my seat and listen to the hum of its parts. I've turned my set off. It shows nothing but reports of destruction and plagues, the world on fire, the world gone mad. Most of the interstates have shut down. They want people to stay in one place. The car is moving along the back roads, switching from one lonely little highway to another. We're headed towards the answer, towards the key to defeating Q. I hope we get there fast. Slowly the sky pales and the blue curves of the mountains emerge from the darkness beyond the guardrails. I heard once that the Appalachians used to be as high as the Himalayas. Looking at the slipping hills under the sky, I can sense the ancient shape of the world, a world that was here before us. Man, I'm getting pretty philosophical. In my mind, another shape appears, Massive, continental, the slope of human decline, the awful descent of the human race into, Christ, let's just enjoy some pretty mountains. Karen is laying in the back. She's doing another eye treatment with equipment we took from the hospital. Before we reach Plattsburgh, the car switches highways and heads west. The sun climbs higher. We're getting closer. Eventually, the car turns onto an unpaved road, and after a few minutes, it slows to a stop. And here we are. I look around. It's a nice bit of country, bit of scenery, grass and trees, gentle hills, the blue sky. Pretty much fuck all. There's nothing here. Whatever's here is hidden. Karen is still doing the eye treatment in the darkness of the van's rear. The light from the goggles seeps out in little flashes, sketching the shape of her face. And finally the goggles turn green and she pulls them off, blinking and squinting. I go to help her sit up. Can you see a little better? I ask. She looks down at her hands, moving her fingers slowly in the dark. Yeah. Persistent shapes? She raises her hands into a shaft of sunlight shining in the front of the van. Her fingers catch the glow. My hands, she says softly, her voice quavering with disbelief. It's the first strong emotion I've ever heard from her. Good, that's great, I say. Well, we're here. What do we do now? She looks at me, smiles maniacally. We go into the forest, she says. Her smile is unnatural and stiff, more a grimace than a smile, but for a brief moment, as it first spreads across her face, she looks as giddy as a little kid. The key's in there, she says. What is it? Some kind of secret underground base? A hidden laboratory? She makes a groaning sound that I barely recognize as laughter. You play too many narratives. It's much simpler than that. I unfold a wheelchair that we borrowed from the hospital, and I help her into it. When I open the back door of the van, she winces against the bright sunlight, and again, her face looks like a little kid's for a moment. I give her a pair of huge, black wraparound sunglasses that I took from the eye treatment center. The van lowers to the ground, and I roll the wheelchair out onto a dusty road, and she makes sure that I take a bag of supplies with us, snacks, drinks, other stuff. The sun is warm on my skin, but the breeze is fresh and cool. It's a perfect day. You would think that everything is right in the world. So where to? I ask. She looks around, her head wobbling on her thin stalk of a neck, her eyes hidden by the massive sunglasses. There was once a house here. Do you see it? I look around and spy a low, crumpled gray wall mostly hidden behind high grass. I think I see an old foundation. That's it, she says. Her eyes are hidden, but there's something in her voice that wasn't there yesterday. A shivering excitement. It makes me excited, too. I push the wheelchair down a weedy gravel driveway toward the foundation, and there's nothing else. There's nothing else left of the house. It must have been tore down or hauled off. Karen has me push her around it and go down a trail leading towards the forest. What was the house, I ask. Anything important? I used to live there. I turn and give it another look, as if I would see some new detail in the crumbling concrete that I missed. That was the old children's home? Yep. Where are we going? We're almost there, she says. It's close. We follow the trail into the forest and the trees become thick and shadowy. The wheelchair has a little power assist, but it's still tough to push it all over the roots and rocks that lie along the narrowing, twisting path. Oh, yes! Karen whispers excitedly. Up ahead, sunlight gleams through the branches of crowding trees. A wave of excitement moves through me and I push Karen faster. We come out into a clearing, a broad patch of wild grass that glows green and golden in the sunlight. Here, Karen says. I stop the wheelchair and look around. At first glance, there doesn't seem to be anything here. So what's here? I ask. I used to come here as a child and play make-believe before I was connected. I take a walk around the clearing looking for something. A hatch, a hole, an actual key laying in the grass. There's nothing. Across the clearing, Karen is slowly pulling off her sunglasses. When her eyes appear, she startles me. They're wide and gleaming with utter fascination. I walk up to her. She's staring at something. Tears fill the rims of her eyes and they spill over. What is she looking at? It seems to be something right in front of her. Something I can't see. I stand beside her and crouch so I can see what she's seeing. There's nothing there but a small cloud of gnats. What are you looking at? I ask. She looks all around and takes a deep breath and shudders. There's more, she whispers. More what? They said the feeds were complete, but they were wrong. I wait for her to say more, but she doesn't. What do you mean? I ask. She looks at me and smiles, the most goofy, crazed smile I've ever seen, tears flowing from her cheeks. The designers of the feeds said that it provides a complete experience. Enough colors, enough frames, enough smell gradients, enough complexity to make it indistinguishable from reality. But they were wrong. Here, look at them, she says, raising her hand to the air. You mean the gnats? Yes. The gnats are glowing specks dancing senselessly in the sunlight, and I wonder if some pattern will emerge. Can Karen control them with her mind? Is it a secret? Are they forming a shape, but they just dance and dance, forming nothing, making no pattern that I can see? I feel silly for even thinking that they would. They're gnats. I turn away and a flood of angry thoughts rushes through my mind. Gnats? Fucking gnats? She's a nut. She's lost it. Yeah, she's powerful. It's impressive in the feed realm. But now she's in the real world and she's completely lost her shit. This whole trip has been a waste. Is there anything here? I ask. What's the key? Seriously. Don't give me any of that bullshit like I can't explain or you'll see. Just tell me. What are we doing here? What is the plan? I ask, almost shouting by the end. The crazed look of joy fades from her face and it's replaced by the look of a scolded child. She lets her head hang, wipes the tears from her face with her weak little hands. I feel bad. I kneel by her chair and I say, I'm sorry, please just tell me what your plan is. I need to know, now. Karen begins speaking softly without looking up. Q has base control of every major system in the world. Every drone, every rover, every defense robot, all orbital assets, all nuclear weaponry. She has control over most human political systems. She's destroyed or contained every existing countermeasure, including me. There is no scenario in which we could ever reacquire control. Not with 1,000 times our current resources, not with 1,000 years of computation time. So then what's the plan? What we need is a way for Q to be destroyed by just one or a few motivated individuals. I believe there were points in the past where this could have happened. Maybe one of the Germans overseeing the early research program could have stopped it. Maybe it could have been stopped in 2020 when the portals were shut down and interface research was temporarily abandoned, but it didn't happen. Currently at this point, there's no way for it to happen. Q has control of far, far too many assets. The war is already lost. Irrevocably. Then what do? We must hope that there is an alternate timeline and that someone in one of these timelines foresees what is happening to us right now, and that somebody foresees this very moment in time and takes a step to prevent it. I stare at her. She looks into my eyes. I grope for words. Is that Wait. Alternate timelines? Is that the plan? We have to send a message back to the past? In a sense. Then the person who receives the message will destroy Q in the past and that will save us. Karen shakes her head slowly. No. That clearly won't happen, or everything would already be different. We are utterly doomed. We'll either be incinerated in a nuclear strike or rounded up and incorporated into Q. There's no stopping that. The only hope to defeat Q is on another timeline, if such a thing exists. There's no hope for us. At all. Then what are we doing here? Why are we in this fucking clearing? Haven't you felt it? Felt what? The feeling that you're inside a narrative. An eerie shiver comes over me. I look around at the clearing. Like I'm inside a feed? No, inside a narrative. A story in someone's mind. Doesn't this all seem like a story? Two people rushing off to save the world to find a hidden key in the forest? Yeah, it all seems pretty unbelievable. That's how I wanted it to feel. That's why we came out here. So that we could be inside of a story. And now, hopefully, there's somebody out there in the past who will write the story. Write the story? What? So there's nothing here. There's no magic key or secret underground base. Well, this story sucks. Why? It's a huge fucking letdown. Karen makes a mild choking sound that's probably a chuckle. I slump down to the grass beside her wheelchair and hang my head. I'm out of words. I'm in the middle of the woods with a crazy person. She doesn't even make sense. She spent too long in 5D. She's talking about alternate realities. Finally, I ask her, so we're just fucked, right? If you look toward our future, if you look at the series of events which will happen to us, they are dark. They are awful. We will suffer, we will die. But that would be true in any timeline. On the other hand, if you look at the entire story not as a series of events, not from beginning to end, but as a single, continuous, connected shape, where every event is occurring simultaneously, I think my life, even my stupid little life, which I spent mostly inside that hygiene bed, could form a beautiful shape. I snort. I am tired of this cryptic bullshit. Karen goes on. Maybe that shape reaches back to some place where somebody can see it and change things. I don't say anything. Karen reaches into our bag of supplies and pulls out one of the little paper notebooks she bought at the gas station. What are you doing? I ask. I'm gonna write a poem. Do you want a notebook? What for? Maybe there's somebody out there who needs you to write a story. Who would read it? Isn't everyone gonna die? Who knows? She says and drops the other notebook into my lap. Maybe somebody would be interested. I toss the notebook off into the grass. Fucking pointless. I can barely write on paper anyway. We sit in silence for a long time when I look up at Karen. She's staring at the same little cloud of gnats, occasionally jotting stuff down, and I find myself staring at them too. They look like nothing more than living specks of dust working into a crazy whirling frenzy. Is there any pattern in how they move? Would it matter if there was? I think about what Karen said about the shape of her life, what it would look like if everything happened simultaneously, if it could all be seen at once. I think about the shape of my own life, and I stare at the gnats and I imagine seeing every position of every gnat all at one time. What kind of shape would that make? Even if I could see it, would this shape have any meaning? I pick up a notebook and I begin to write. The next post is a song. The title is We're Getting Closer to the End, but There's More to Do. But it's just a song called Mom by Garth Brooks. Do you want to read the lyrics?
Sure. A little baby told God, "Hey, I'm kind of scared. Don't really know if I want to go down there. From here, it looks like a little blue ball. That's a great big place, and I'm so small. Why can't I just stay here with you? Did I make you mad? Don't you want me to?" God said, "Oh, child, of course I do. But there's someone special waiting there for you. So hush now, baby, don't you cry, 'cause there's someone down there waiting, whose only goal in life is making sure you're always going to be all right. A loving angel, tender, tough, and strong. It's almost time to go and meet your mom. You never have a better friend or a warmer touch to tuck you in. She'll kiss your bruises, your bumps and scrapes. Anytime you hurt, her heart's gonna break. Now, when she's talking to you, make sure you listen close, 'cause she's gonna teach you everything you'll ever need to know, like how to mind your manners, to love and laugh and dream. She'll put you on the path that'll bring you back to me. So hush now, little baby, don't you cry, 'cause there's someone down there waiting, whose only goal in life is making sure you're always going to be all right. A loving angel, tender, tough, and strong. Come on, child. It's time to meet your mom."
Contextually, that's fucking terrifying.
Well, and it ends with all in bold print, mother.horse.eyes.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that a lot. But it also isn't like hindsight. Isn't Garth Brooks like a creep or something? Didn't a lot of mystery surround his death? Wasn't he? Isn't there a chance that he might have been a serial killer? Isn't that a conspiracy theory?
I mean, I've never heard that one, but I would certainly not believe it.
82 is called "We All Have Skeletons." It sounds like the author's narrative. It is.
The claim is a widespread internet conspiracy theory and a meme with no credible evidence.
I still like it.
Yeah.
I still like the possibility that he could have been a creep.
Mm-hmm.
Because that song is hilarious.
Yeah.
In hindsight. Like, hey, don't you want to come to see your mama? Like in the frame of the story, it's terrifying.
Mm-hmm.
It's the hush, little baby, don't you cry. Mama's gonna sing you a lullaby. You know, like that horror trope.
Yeah. Well, this one's interesting. We all have skeletons. Before writing this series, I wrote a novel. I worked on it for 6 years, the worst years of my life. As I sank deeper into alcoholism and became a pathetic, trembling recluse, I held on to the novel as my one desperate hope. Maybe it would turn out well. Maybe it would get published. Maybe it would sell well. Maybe my life would change. Maybe I would escape my stinking little apartment. What dreams I had. What desperate little dreams. As my life got worse, I told myself I was on a journey to self-discover. That I was an artist going through a period of struggle before my great breakthrough.
Hence the drugs.
Every famous artist has some story of living in a tiny apartment and working a mind-numbing job and eating crap food before the first big success.
You're welcome.
Surely this was just part of my story. How much richer would my success be after all this pathetic degradation? After a night of writing, I would get drunk and imagine myself being interviewed in front of an auditorium full of my fans, telling self-deprecating but touching anecdotes about my ragged days before I became a literary success. The audience, full of bookishly pretty young women, would titter and sigh as they related to my struggles and admired my unwavering determination. What fantasies I had. There were other times when I knew I was just comforting myself with delusions of grandeur, while I was trying to romanticize my lazy failure of a life by pretending to be a struggling artist on the verge of success. Really, I was just a lazy drunk on the verge of fuck all. I wasn't even some proud rebel drunk like Charles Bukowski, I hated myself. I didn't write enough, or read enough, or know enough, or work hard enough to be a real writer. I had never read Anna Karenina, or 100...
Anna Karenina?
Yeah, or 100 Years of Solitude, or anything by James Henry. I was often bored when reading and bored when writing. Did I even like it? I had half-assed my way through school and work and relationships.
Hell yeah.
I had half-assed everything I'd ever done. And I was even half-assing something that was supposed to be important to me. I hadn't even finished one novel over 6 years. Then there was the most damning evidence of all. My writing sucked. I felt like I was a fraud. Sometimes I felt like I was on the right path. Sometimes I felt like both of these things were true at once, like I was on two different timelines. My view of the matter changed often. At night, I tended to regard myself as being on the very cusp of fame and fortune. The next morning, I tended to wake up feeling like an untalented dilettante. What the fuck word is that?
Dilettante.
Untalented dilettante. Dilettante. Meanwhile, this supposedly temporary period of struggle stretched on and on and on. I turned 30. Surely something would happen by 40. But what if it didn't? As I withdrew from friends and coworkers and became more of a recluse, I rationed it as concentrating on my writing. Except my busy schedule of drinking and hangovers didn't allow for much writing. The story of the struggling artist was showing itself to be a lie. Then I got fired from my job and sent to rehab. After I stopped drinking, I used my newfound energy and spare time to finish the novel. I finished it in a few months. You can get a lot done when you're not entering the void every night. For someone like me, the completion, a 6-year struggle, is an occasion which simply begs to be accompanied by a drink. By many drinks. I had always planned to just go get drunk for the entire week after I finished my novel. Instead, I took a walk down to a nearby bar and stood outside of it for a while. I didn't go in. In my head, my life seemed to be developed into a new story, a heroic turnaround in which I got sober and everything fell into place. Yes, surely this was how it would go. I sent letters to 30 literary agents with the hopes of getting the book published.
Oh, poor baby.
None expressed any interest.
Life is gonna continue being meaningless.
It hurt to be rejected. I had stopped drinking, but I still hadn't found a fulfilling job. I was able to talk to people and look cashiers in the eye again, but I was still a recluse. I still invested a lot of desperate hopes into getting that novel published. I felt so foolish for investing so much hope into something that is just so unlikely. But I couldn't help myself. The lure of feeling something, some sense of purpose and accomplishment, was just too much. I wanted to be noticed. Honestly, I wanted to be rich and famous. Though they may have been disguised as achieving artistic success and finding my purpose, perhaps my dreams were ultimately as crass and grasping as any Kardashians. I had given the literary agents 4 months to respond to me before accepting that they were not interested. Soon after that deadline passed, I started writing this web series. As you may know, a few websites wrote articles about the series, and some lovely people created a wonderful subreddit about it. And this drew the attention of people in the publishing industry. They contacted me, and just like that, my long-held dream was again revived. And now it seemed more in reach than ever. I had been struggling to contact agents, and now they were contacting me. Oh, what a heady feeling. Again, it was like everything was falling into place, and my life was shaping into a story with a happy ending. Speaking of endings, I needed to come up with the ending for the series before I could finally take my rightful place as leading light of Loretti, cough, in parentheses. A few people on the subreddit had expressed doubt that I could possibly deliver a satisfying ending, and I was inclined to agree with them. I had already noticed that the story was easier to write when I was opening narrative threads than when I was wrapping them up. What would the overall ending be? It had to be about Mother. That was the center of the story. But what did I really know about Mother beyond a few vague memories? I had long puzzled over these memories back when I was drinking, and I was convinced that something had happened to me one summer, something beyond my understanding, something monstrous. But after I got sober, I was encouraged to digest some hard truths about myself, and I decided that it was entirely possible that I had more or less made it all up. Not that I simply lied to myself, but more that I had latched on to some vague memory, perhaps a recurring nightmare, and built it up in my mind over the years. Perhaps as an explanation for why I was so emotionally fucked up. It was easier to face the life as a victim of some unknown, half-remembered evil. It gave me an excuse to crawl into the bottle. I needed to provide a satisfying ending to the story, and to my quest to get published. Being intertwined, both of these tasks rested on a hazy collection of sinister memories. Then again, couldn't I just make some shit up? Hadn't I been doing that all along? The solution presented to me one night when I was talking with my roommate, Sean. He told me...
Black Jesus.
Well, he told me back when he smoked crack...
Hell yeah.
He used to break into abandoned buildings to see if there was stuff to steal.
Hey, you got shit in here?
He said that... Hey! Give me all your shit!
Give me that shit! I'm on crack!
He said that once he had broken into a warehouse downtown.
You got any?
On me? And found sets of stairs that led to an underground room. Which led to many more rooms that went deep underground. Over the course of a few weeks, he went deeper and deeper into the complex, taking various stuff, but always leaving quickly, because it was a spooky place. On the last night he snuck into the complex, he found a room where the walls were covered in human bone.
That's just the end of the story?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. I need to double take. I need to look at something real quick.
Yeah.
I need to see when did part 2 happen again? Is it in the 90s? 93? When did he start writing first, and when does it say to switch? It's 97.
Is part 2 of what we just read?
No, 96 is everything he wrote all in one go, and then something called narrative part 2 is 97 to 100.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the implication is interesting.
Yeah.
I liked that part you read a lot just because it's peeling back the meta. At this point, it's not just another story, it's like, no, this is where I'm at now. This is where Mother Horse Eyes comes in. This is where this idea manifested. This is what led me to posting it on Reddit. This is why I've been posting it this way. It started off as a creative experiment. Now it's something more. Mm-hmm. And where it goes is even now a mystery to me. And
yeah,
there isn't anything to suggest like a righteous kind of holier than thou chosen one narrative anymore. It's now just a guy being like, I wrote a book once, it's okay, I was mainly doing this as creative writing, and now I'm going back to my book and I'm actually getting popular and I'm actually getting managers and people to contact me, and it's just like,
we don't know what this book would be.
No, not yet.
Okay.
Not yet, and I don't know if we will.
Yeah.
No one knows who wrote Mother Horse Eyes.
Yeah, yeah.
It's this account is M9H9E9 on Reddit, and this is the only stuff they've ever posted.
Mm-hmm.
So interesting, to say the least. But I like that one you read, because in my head it's just like, if that is one of the last times we hear from the author, and it's not, he finishes the entire thing. If that's where we're at, and this is what he's choosing to talk about, this might be saying a little bit Matrix-wise, I'm tying the end of my narrative to the end of this narrative.
Mm-hmm.
Which is an interesting thought.
It's also interesting to me because obviously at this point this was 10 years ago, right?
It was.
And,
factually.
And the
yes.
account's been active again.
Recently.
So they're in their 40s now.
Recently.
You know, like, they talk about, like, I hope it's XYZ in my 40s. It's like, well, that's...
We're there now.
Yeah, we're there.
Oh, yeah. That one was posted to our dank memes, and the topic was Kermit the Frog realizes the only way he could stop paying child support is by killing his son.
I mean, that'll do it.
That'll do it. So 83, a double take. So there I was on the front porch with Sean, both of us sitting in rickety old chairs, slapping away the mosquitoes, when he mentioned quietly that he had once seen a room where the walls were covered with human bone. Right away, my heart started thumping in my chest. He must have seen my Reddit posts. This was something I had worried about, even dreading. My posts were none too flattering of him, and he was a very private person, very defensive of his boundaries. He would see it as an intrusion and a betrayal. I had taken pains to obscure the details of his identity, giving him a new name and a different sort of Afrocentric religion. Nobody would recognize him from my posts, but some of the stuff in my writing had been taken verbatim from our conversations. If he saw them, he would recognize himself. Sean was not a guy I wanted to piss off. When he first came to the house, because it's like a rehab shared place, he told us that the main character defect was his temper, and he wasn't kidding. On more than one occasion, I watched his anger build up inside him until he ended up chewing somebody out. It was the sort of scene that left me tiptoeing back to my bedroom, giddily thankful I wasn't taking the brunt of his outrage. All those years as a recluse had left me with no appetite for confrontation. Sean had been sincerely working on his temper. He was the only black dude in the house, and he was worried about being seen as an angry black guy. He often said to me, "You get up in somebody's face and they'll just be like, 'Say, fellas, let's work this thing out.' But if I cross the line, they'll be like, 'Call the police! This nigga gone crazy!'" I assured him that this was not the case. While not being entirely sure that this wasn't the case. As a result of his fears, he had become very indirect about how he expressed his anger. If he felt somebody was disrespecting him, he would give them the silent treatment for a while and then come down hard on them for something small, all the while being very careful to not raise his voice or make any threatening gestures, which somehow made him more intimidating. As much as he didn't want to play out the angry black guy stereotype, I didn't want to play out the meek, affronted white guy stereotype, but I was sometimes intimidated by him. So now, when he told me about the walls covered with bone, I figured he must have been feeling me out, seeing if I would come clean about what I had written, but it was such a strange way to do it. I didn't know what to say. I looked him in the eye, trying to make my face completely neutral, and he gazed back at me, his face half in shadow, half colored by the yellow porch sunlight, his expression dead serious. He went on, speaking softly, "Skulls, teeth, arms, and heads melted together on the walls, up on the ceiling." So there I was on the front porch with Sean, both of us sitting in rickety old chairs, slapping away mosquitoes when he mentioned quietly that he had once seen a room where the walls were covered with human bone. And right away, my heart started thumping in my chest. Just telling the same story again.
Mm-hmm.
He had seen in the real life what I had only seen in my mind. He was about to tell me that the flesh interfaces and mother and all the other nightmares were true. I had, on some level, known that this was coming. It was the culmination of a strange feeling I had all week. It started when I was sitting in the AA meeting, looking at the sad face of an old man with the stolid haircut. I entered a strange and sudden reverie, carried away by the sheer damn poignancy of the man's haircut and how it symbolized the sort of strong, upright man he had failed but tried to be. I saw him in a great shifting vision, different versions of him emerging and overlapping. Here he was a young boy learning how to use a comb. Here he was a young man, the wind ruffling his sturdy locks as he experienced that rush of confidence that comes with the drink. Here he was in front of the mirror, running the comb through his wet hair with a shaky hand, dropping it to the sink. Here he was with stitches just below the hairline after another accidental fall. Here he is finally face down at the bottom of the stairs, his hair ever so slightly mussed, just a few strands out of place, almost perfect. The next day, my roommate Donnie, the ex-Marine, and I went out to the river to swim. It was a perfect sunny day, and there were a lot of people out swimming, floating along the inner tubes. As I lay back in the cool waters, feeling the warm forest air alive on my wet skin, I saw for a moment that vanished, primeval world peopled by the forest children. These children lived along the river, not working or toiling, but simply taking what the river offered, living and dying by the good mother's generosity. Sure, they wouldn't know the benefits of writing or agriculture, and they would drop like flies to horrible diseases and predators, but in doing so, they would accept their humble place in the universe rather than striving to overcome it through science or religion. They would know themselves to be fragile things which lived for a brief moment and died, like glimmers on the river's water. Which is the old crone narrative. As for the second time in many days, I found myself with tears in my eyes over some trivial moment, and I was forced to turn away from Donnie as he related a story about a Marine buddy who had been given a humorous nickname by the platoon due to his uncanny knack for finding and acquiring venereal diseases. In AA, they could talk about not struggling or trying to manage everything, but rather letting God manage it. Not believing in an interventionist God, I had to interpret this as simply trying to accept things I cannot change. I saw a vision of my life where I was able to accept life's vicissitudes with humility and grace, where life opened itself to me as a result. With it came a wave of nostalgia. The last time I had felt like this, I had been in college and taking a lot of acid. How long had I shut myself away from life? In that goddamn apartment with that goddamn bottle. I had been unable to accept any discomfort or unhappiness, so I had avoided everything except liquor. I had tried to control my feelings, and as a result I had found discomfort and unhappiness like I never imagined. But now I could accept life, embrace life, welcome all the awkwardness and frustration and pain and indignities. How many opportunities were right at my fingertips. I could talk to one of these girls wearing the smart bathing suits and be married in a few months, or just find a friend, or be hired as a staff writer at some kind of pastry magazine. Anything was possible. I saw now the glowing door opening before me. I saw all doors open and aligned, one after another, and behind them all there was what? I couldn't say. The insight slipped away without revealing itself, but the fading reverie left a warm glow, and I dipped my head back into the cool water and looked up into the sky, crowded with bright, weightless clouds. I could see now that so many things were coming together in my life. I was getting sober, I was learning to talk to people, even the dream of being a novelist, the dream was coming true. So now, when Sean told me about the walls covered with bone, it seemed like another thing falling into place. But this time it was something sinister, something so awful I thought it couldn't be real. Now it seemed that whatever force was bringing my dreams to life was also acting on my nightmares. I looked Sean in the eye, trying to make my face completely neutral. He gazed back at me, his face half in shadow, half colored by the yellow porch light, his expression dead serious. He went on, speaking softly. Skulls, teeth, arms and hands, melted together on the walls, up on the ceiling. I asked him very carefully, is this something you read about on the internet? He shook his head and said, nah, man, and looked down into his lap. I needed to find out exactly what was going on, even if it meant giving myself away, and I asked him, have you been reading my Reddit posts? He squinted his eyes at me and asked, Reddit? What's that? So it was real, after all. That was posted to Which Dimension Do I Reside In again. The title of 84, about the same length, is Children, Welcome to the Correlation Game. And it sounds like Ben? But let me...
Is that the last of the narrator until we get to narrator?
Oh, Ben's narrative is over. Ben's ended with them getting to that forest.
Oh, okay.
No, the narrator is definitely gonna finish this thing. Narrator writes 100, but...
Yeah, well, you said narrator part 2 is
97,
98, 99, 100. But where does narrator part 1 end?
no, narrative, no. It's something else.
Okay.
We'll get there at 91. Oh, it's the last CIA researcher.
Okay. So we haven't seen this one since like the 60s.
CIA did show up in the last chapter, yeah.
Okay.
But you're right. We haven't seen him in a little while. Investigator was already done.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But researcher still had more to give. Sounds like this one's going to be interesting. So you're reading from the CIA. I always liked his chapters.
The date on this is weird. It's 6-2016.
So no day, just June 2016.
And it's also at midnight.
Okay.
Which I think might just be part of like a pseudo error.
Yeah.
A full-scale interface below a highly populated urban center. In the early days of flesh interface technology, this would have been considered utter madness. The uncontrolled incident zone would have resulted in mass segmentation and total chaos. And looking back on the experiment, madness was in fact the result. But for a brief time, it seemed like an idea worth exploring. It all started one day when a mid-level analyst was navigating a 3D map of the Honduras contained interface 2, and felt the urge to go to the bathroom. Just as she was getting up from her desk, she was struck by an overwhelming realization. But before we get to that, you must understand some background information. First, building an interface below a populated city was now possible because we had learned how to control the size of incident zones. We could create interfaces with incident zones that only existed within the interface tunnels, instead of there being a large uncontrolled zone around the interface. This was achieved through a breakthrough involving signal cables. For years, we thought that the interfaces had little appetite for anything but flesh. Machines and other objects were ignored. They were not incorporated right into the interface superstructure and did not seem to undergo significant travel. But the Chinese figured out that the interfaces were able to incorporate electromagnetic signal cables. If a live transmitting cable was sent into a phagous corridor, the cable was taken up by the cilia limbs and connected directly into the interface's nervous conduits. At this point, we could send and receive signals from the interface. You can imagine our excitement.
Hygiene bed?
Yeah.
Is this the tech that
that
connects
becomes
us
yeah.
past the future?
We had a working example of seamless techno-organic integration. It would naturally become the basis for some direct sense feed technology.
There you go.
In those early days, we had no idea what the interface did with the signals we sent to it, nor could we make much sense of the signals it sent to us. All we knew is that it loved signals. The more the better. The more cables we hooked up, and the more information we sent and received, the smaller the segmentation zone would become. As computing and signal technology advanced, we were unable to reduce the segmentation zone to area within the interface tunnels. Finally, we had a relatively safe and stable flesh interface. Still, we had no reason to consider building an interface below a city until our mid-level analyst made her startling discovery. Before this discovery, we knew that the size of a flesh interface depended chiefly on one factor: how much flesh it was provided. But at a certain point, the interface would cease to grow, even if it was provided the ample building material. We wanted to know why. Why had the Novaya Zemlya and the Artigos portals grow so large when other portals,
because people weren't there,
were offered more flesh, but failed to grow. In addition, we wanted to know what factors shaped the configuration of the interface tunnels and so-called ant farms. At that point, we only knew a few basic facts. The tunnels would form either underground or underwater, but not in the atmosphere. The underwater tunnels were much larger than the underground tunnels, generating more segmentation and requiring more signal transfer to quell the segmentation. While the interface tunnels avoided the surface, they had little regard for the composition of the rock, sand, or soil that they were tunneling through. They tunneled through everything at a rate chiefly determined by how quickly we fed them flesh. It wasn't possible to observe the tunnel process, but it must have happened via segmentation because the dirt and rocks which were removed very simply disappeared. The tunnels were self-supporting and would remain in place even if the surrounding earth shifted, unless they were wholly exposed to open air, in which case they would petrify. But why did the tunnels take one configuration or another? What our mid-level analyst discovered as she was traveling through 3D digital recreations that the route she was taking was strangely similar to the trip she took to the bathroom every day. It was an odd little route through a poorly designed research facility, which included a short tunnel of stairs and a switchback at the end of the hall. All of this was reflected in the ant tunnel. Forgetting for a moment about her desire to use the bathroom, she took an emergency escape map off the wall and compared it to the ant tunnel she was studying. The layout of the Honduras research facility, which was just a few hundred meters from the interface entrance, was quite different from the layout of the interface tunnels, but there were certain similarities which went beyond coincidence. The analyst's discovery spread quickly through the facility, and the analyst herself was given minor promotion along with a new office. It was discovered that the interface tunnels did not copy the architecture of the research building, but rather the most frequently used paths and most frequently occupied rooms in the building. That is, it copied the layout of human activity within the building.
Right.
But even this it did in a distorted, oblique way, repeatedly copying and multiplying certain sections of the layout as if the building map were being viewed through a multifaceted lens. For the people working in the facility, the discovery was nothing less than eerie. Shortly after, the newly prompted analyst moved into her new office, a new section of tunnel was created within the interface to reflect this. No longer were the analysts detached observers. It was clear that on some level they were being observed and copied for some inscrutable purpose. A quick comparison of the interfaces and nearby human-occupied research facilities revealed unmistakable parallels. Huge facilities, such as Zemlya Novaya, tended to produce huge interfaces. This even held true for undersea interfaces, such as Artigos, where the nearest facility may have been kilometers away. The correlation was stupefyingly obvious once we looked for it, and it set off a wave of crazed speculation. People started theorizing that the interfaces were affected by all sorts of things. The mood of the office, how much coffee we drank, the health of our potted plants. This period of wild speculation came to be known as the correlation game, as almost everything was proposed to be a possible correlation. Most of this speculation came to nothing, but there was one idea that gained traction. What if we built an interface in a highly populated area and gave it unlimited flesh material? How big would it get?
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. That was a lot of fucking information, but it's
Yeah.
important information about exactly what they were claiming to study. And it's the last of the CIA's narrative, so it is the bridge between the present and the future.
Yeah.
This is them picking up on the tech, realizing that it could be manipulated, realizing that the interface could stretch the planet
Wherever you want,
if
yeah.
they needed it to, by manipulating people into feeling that way. And then the hygiene beds come into play, and that's how you get full integration. That is how you get the Q realities virus and the fucking plague of the flesh.
Yeah.
It's wild. I love how it's wrapping together. 85. Do you believe the things I'm saying, or do you think it's just the crack talking? Makes me want to check to see if this is Black Jesus or not. Because it's not the author.
I mean, somebody's smoking crack.
It's Black Jesus.
Yeah, of course it is.
There was this abandoned warehouse that everybody knew about. I knew it had evil spirits when I first went into it, but the crackhead had me thinking nothing could touch me. Even the other crackheads didn't like to go in there, except the ones who had really felt off. Those ones you could see standing around just staring through the wall. But I'm up in there like, I got God's protection. I don't fear anything. But really, it's just the crack talking. I start looking around and I find some stairs in the back. At the bottom is a steel door. This thing is big, solid, deadbolts, everything. Something already went at it with a sledge, but it didn't move at all. You think, there's crackheads in there every night, and they still ain't broke through that door. That's a solid door. So what I was working at, I knew my boss had a spreader like some Jaws of Life shit. So the next night, I took it and I broke open that door, and inside was just a little room with block walls and another door, same big ass steel door. And there was a smell. The smelly smell that smelled smelly. That underground smell. But also like how when the spirits are unclean, they make a stank. That smell. I broke open that door, and it's a hallway with another door, and I keep going through this place, breaking open doors, but it's mostly empty. Just some desks, computers too old to sell. I was like, shit. So I took the doors, sold them for scrap. Heavy-ass doors. The reason nobody got in them doors is because a crackhead can't hold on to something like a hydraulic spreader. That thing was like $400. A crackhead will just sell the spreader. He ain't gonna fuck with those doors when he can just get his $400. I still had some discipline. I was smoking rocks, but I had some discipline. So I would put it back in the morning before my boss saw that I took it. But that crack had me going. So one day, I sold the spreader too. My boss never figured out it was me who took that spreader. I was so slick. Then some things happened with me and my wife, and I stopped smoking for a little while. Things were going all right. She acted like I was going to see my kids, but nah. I had forgot all about that old warehouse, but just as soon as I forgot, I looked into my boss's trailer and he had another spreader. I was like, damn. I didn't even want to look at it. I had been clean for 2 months, but the crack was whispering. It got me again, and I was back down in that warehouse. I was just breaking open doors, going room to room. There was hallways, stairs, more rooms. I keep going deeper. I found a room full of cages. A real big room, like a pound. I was glad because it was a lot of metal. But in that last cage at the end, do you believe the things I'm saying? I know you don't believe in God. I know you don't care about the Jews or the Gentiles. The Bible is real, but it happened a long time ago. People have forgot. That's why they carry on like they do. They don't know. And it's just when people forget, that's when the Lord comes again, and he will punish us for all the iniquities, the evils we do. The days to come will be full of terror. The Lord will chastise us like little children. The smell was real strong in that room. That evil smell. I knew what I would find before I found it. There were bodies. There was bones in that last cage. Little bones curled up in the corner, still with clothes on. I got out of there. I was gone. I wasn't never gonna come back. But God, I came back. And I chopped up those cages and took them all out. Just kicked them bones out on the floor. I came back again the next day and broke into the next room, and there was more cages, all of them full. I was supposed to be back in my old house with my wife and my kids, but I was down in that room with all those little skulls and hands. That's the insanity. It wasn't even worth that money, but I kept going back. There was always one more door, one more room, just a little more money, and I ain't even think about where them bones came from. Who killed them? Who put them in cages? I didn't care. Then I found the room with bones on the walls, and I was done. That last night I was on my way down in there, down underground. I opened a door, and inside there was just a cave. The other rooms had block walls, but this was like a mine. I shined my flashlight around, and up ahead I thought there were crystals on the walls or something, but it was bones. I mean people. Hands, skulls, ribs, all of it just put together, and it went on and on. I said, God, this is the valley of the shadow of death. I knew I wasn't scared of those spirits because they were already inside me, telling me don't worry, telling me to keep going back down in there. I prayed to the Lord to deliver me, and I got scared right there. The spirits came out of me, and I got scared. I won't lie, I was crying, just shook up. I knew I wasn't alone in there. I could feel the evil one down in that tunnel. It was all power in the dark. The spirits of those dead people were all formed together to form up into the body of evil one, form into a beast. It wanted me to bow to it, to bow to the idol. I didn't bow. I ran. I was gone. That was my moment of testing. I didn't bow, but for a minute, for a little minute, I could feel all that power, and I smelt another smell, different from the other rooms. I remember my daughter is more grown now, but when she was little, I'd feed her applesauce. I'd be thinking about her when I smell it. I smelt it then, coming out of the dark, and God, I wanted to bow. The topic was, I wasn't hurt so badly. The response was, God, when will people stop reposting this? Never seen it. I don't know the reference.
I don't either.
Here's a great title for you. If I Could Just Be Drunk Until the End of Time.
Okay.
Number 86.
Alcohol goes great with nostalgia and melancholy. It's what gives us mist-eyed barflies, forlorn poetry, midnight phone calls, the last page of The Great Gatsby, Sinatra ballads, and 73% of all country music. That was my favorite part of drinking. The wistful interlude of a couple hours after the first flush of drunkenness, when you wander away from a boisterous party and look out at the darkened woods and see for a moment the fragile past floating ghostly before you, colored in sunset oranges, all the bygone things which have slipped away in the gentle flow of time. Your breath catches in the tightness of your throat, and your eyes fill with tears. Then somebody calls your name, or you have to piss, and you wander back into the party. I felt like I was at my finest in these moments. I felt poetic and sensitive and alive. Eventually, though, it all became an awful parody of itself. The gentle wistfulness devolved into me sitting in front of my laptop, drunk on a Wednesday night, watching sad YouTube videos, weeping and slurring down vodka and water. I would watch any sort of weepy video, soldier homecomings, kids with cancer, dogs being put down, etc., just to get a good cry on, to trigger that dopamine release that came with the tears. It was nothing more than emotional masturbation, just like with the alcohol itself. I had found something that gave me true pleasure, then used it over and over until my feelings had begun rot and dead. The same sort of thing happened after my memoir of Mother. At first, they came unbidden, stirring up a sense of wonder so powerful it brought tears to my eyes. But over the course of too many drinks and too many hangovers, I replayed the moments over and over from every angle. Eventually, I couldn't be sure if certain parts came from the original or were formed by during later recollections. The whispering magic became a monotonous drone. The vaporous impressions dried and hardened into simple facts. Mother was a woman sewn together from different things. Mother would come in late at night with a bag that squirmed. Inside the bag were children. We would go down into the basement where she kept the cages. We would do things to them together. I thought the memories had no more power. I thought they were just abstractions at this point, bad data. Who could explain them, and why bother? Now I felt myself walking down the street in the middle of the night, trying to burn off the eerie feeling that Sean's story had put inside me. At the intersection, a stiff breeze zipped down the empty lanes, making the traffic lights sway. I walked by a bar with a patio and listened to the low rumble of confident male voices. A smell came off the bar, cigarettes and hot wings and liquor sweat. It was the smell of action, the smell of a good time. I could just walk in there, have a couple drinks, hold court, tell a few jokes, make a few friends. The problem with going out sober is you have all these little decisions to make. Where to go, where to sit, what to get. When you go out drunk, you just keep making one decision. To keep drinking. Every other decision just falls into place. Life becomes easy as listening to a story. It wasn't worth going to the bar. It would be closing time in an hour anyways. So I walked past it, on down the street, by myself. God, if there is no closing time, no tomorrow morning, just darkness and magic and mystery forever, if I could just be drunk until the end of time.
And that was posted to Where Your Mind Wanders in the Haze. And his reaction is the first Reddit creepy post that's actually creeped him out. The quality, even if the face itself is pretty generic, it gets creepier and creepier the more I zoom in, and it looks like it links to an image. Let's see what the image is. someone was really good at photoshopping
shit.
the Russian sleep experiment fucking face into a car.
Yeah.
The don't go to sleep face. Anyway. Interesting. This next one is called Mara and the Womb, which makes me say, whose narrative is this? The narrator's. So we're just keep continuing to go with the narrator stuff. Oh no, 87. That's not the narrator. Come on.
Yeah, I was the narrator was what I just...
Narrator was 86.
Yeah, what I just read.
Who's 87? Narrator doesn't come back till 90. This is called the Arthropods narrative. It's a one-off. Mara and the Womb. June 17th at 9:42 p.m. Mara is molting, so we can't play. I'll have to wait until she's done. I've moved out of the crowded sand burrow. I think 6 different broods live there now, and everybody crawls over each other and bickers and snips. Now I live in one of the sea caves. It's wet and lonely, but at least nobody snips at me, and it's a little easier to find food. When Mara is done molting, I want her to come here, and maybe we can live together. The caves are made of Ghana black melt rock that have hardened into fluid shapes. The moons shine through dozens of porous holes in the roof, and the sea glitter throws shapes onto the rock ceiling. I like to sit back and let the shapes tell the ancient world story. This cave is nice. I will stay here. I'm getting tired of eating sea flowers, but I don't want to go through the trouble of buying livestock. The crowds at the temple are awful this time of year. Everybody clamors and begs, and the priests are greedy and officious. They tell us the livestock is a generous blessing from the womb sac of the mother, but I think that they buy it from the inland. At any rate, I don't want any part of it. There is never much food around during the ebbing, when the air turns cool and the worms travel away from the plumes, but have not come yet. This year it is even worse than usual. They say the ocean dies a little more each year. The water is becoming bitter, but since I live in the sea cave, I can get down onto the cove before anybody else, so I'm pretty lucky with what I get to eat. I wake up to the sound of rain on the ocean outside the cave. I look out to see which kind it will be. Light yellow, cotta green, my favorite. I crawl out to a bluff and let the rain fall on my carapace. There is something sweet in the cotta green rain that loosens up the whelks on my seams. I comb through my carapace with my forelimbs, snipping them off, letting them fall onto the rocks until whole front is clear and smooth. After that, I do my joints and my underside. Nowadays, with food scarce, it has become common to eat the whelks, but they taste like ammonia. Just as I am done grooming and feeling very new and shiny, Mara comes climbing up on the rock. Her shell is brand new and looks amazing. We dance and burrow and make little snips. I have missed her even more than I realized. We move the colors on her carapace to show how she feels. They are vivid on her new bone. She shows pictures of her looking everywhere for me, searching through all the sea caves. I show her myself as I sat in the cave, lonely, waiting for her. She snips at my front legs and I dance around for her. Sweet, lovely Mara. I show Mara my cave and she likes it. She loves the sea mist and the way we can see the teta-purple moons pass through the sky, through the holes in the rock. I show us living here together, making it into a nice home. She shows me leaving the burrow, colored as a question. I show her that it is too crowded, and I was getting sick of all of the others. She flicks her antenna at me, making slow, comforting movements. But I notice she hasn't answered about living in this cave. I feel my little plan is being washed away. Mara doesn't stay with me in the cave, but she visits often. I make sure to always have some sea flowers for her when she comes over. Lately, they have been harder and harder to find. I get so hungry that it's hard not to eat all the flowers before I can give any to Mara. I give her the best flowers, but still they are small and colored an ugly shade of Hannah blue. Despite this, she always shows me how delicious they are. Mara suggests we go to the temple to get some livestock to make a proper meal, and I show her that I don't like the crowds. Mara has always loved the temple. She uses admiring colors to show the great gemstone mountain and the moons passing through the pylons and the great ziggurat where the livestock is brought out and sold. She shows the priests with their painted shells and red claws. I insist that I don't like meat. I prefer sea flowers, and she wiggles her hind jaws at this. Nobody can prefer sea flowers. They taste like sand. I crawl back away from her a little. Hadn't my sea flowers always been delicious to her? Was that all just a lie? She crawls closer to me. Her carapace takes on gentle yellows. She shows me that they were delicious because I had picked them, but I don't want her pity. I pull my legs in and lay still until she leaves. I don't see Mara for a long while. The third moon makes its way to the high cusp, marking the end of the ebbing. The plumes have still not come, and I'm often hungry. Finally, Mara shows up with a meat wrapped in temple cloth. I wonder if she's there to taunt me, but she offers it to me. She shows me that my shell has become thin and dull, and I am looking worse. She is right. I have not eaten enough in a while. We go down inside my cave. Before she unwraps the meat, Mara lets me know that she has become a priestess at the temple. I turn blue with surprise. How had it happened so quickly? She had been studying for a while without telling me, since I had never liked the priests. I feel sad about this. How many times had I complained about them in front of her while she was studying to become one? It was no wonder I didn't have many friends. Mara unwraps her gift. The creature she had brought me is soft and pale and pink. Mara likes the taste of these the best, but I don't think there's any difference between these and the brown ones. I break off one of the 5 little feelers on the end of its foreleg and nibble at it, but Mara snips at me and breaks off a hind leg and offers me the thick end. My shell turns yellow and I take it. The pretty red juice runs all over my jaws and they pull the meat from the bone. We eat in blankness for a while. Then I ask Mara where the priest gets the livestock from. It has always been a mystery, since none of these soft little creatures are ever found on the land or in the sea. I've wondered if they raise them inside the temple, or if they bring them from the inland, and Mara doesn't answer at first. She doesn't want to show me. I ask again. She shows me a quick, vague picture, the old story about the womb and egg, something the priest tells the children. I know she is hiding something, so I snip at her. Why does she hide things from me? We used to be so close. After a moment, a picture forms on her carapace, as clear and vivid as anything she has ever shown me. I ask what I am seeing. It is the womb. It is where they come from. It's in reference to something called Interesting Plumbing, the Santa Cruz Pier. It is a picture of an octopus and shell-like plumbing outside in Santa Cruz.
Oh, okay.
So we just heard that on the other side of this portal, in a different reality, the chitinous cruciforms are feeding on humans.
Yeah.
Inside those pods.
I mean, we kind of guessed
don't
that something
always
was
come
feeding
back.
humans.
I mean, we just assumed it was Mother.
Yeah.
As far as a one-off goes, that's as sci-fi as it gets.
Yeah.
That's the whole, if a chicken tastes so good deep fried, I'm sure a human would too. Mm-hmm. That's where that comes from.
Yeah.
The topic is "We are livestock from the womb." It's a reply to a post stating, you know the next time a plumber has to work on that thing, he's going to be pissed about that pipe that we just saw. Number 88 is called To My Granddaughter, and it's a one-off. Someone named Anne. It's pretty short.
Dear Isalandria, I hope your name is Isalandria. I will name my daughter Trelasandria and tell her to name you Ilisandria. These names are prettier than my name, Anne. Too plain. I am your grandmother, even though you are still not born, and I am writing this to you in 100% original English. Grandmother is teaching me to. My grandmother is your great-great-grandmother. I call her Ali Halame, yet this is not true English. Whoops. Grandmother is my best friend. She gives me presents. When I meet you, I will give them to you, and we can be best friends the same. Can you keep secrets? Some of the presents are secrets. I will keep this letter and your presents safe under my bed until you are here. I will give you the presents and a lot of hugs. I am still learning new English every day. Cloister. Do you know what that is? Grandmother used to live there. It is a special house for the mountain-born. Surprise! Ha ha ha! Grandmother was a mountain-born, surely. She came out of the mountain's womb when she was a little girl. That's why me and Mom are very healthy. And I hope you will be very healthy the same. I hope you have curly hair and green eyes, rather plain hair like me. Grandmother said she hated to live in the cloister because the monks are mean. Grandmother did not like monks, yet that is secret. Don't show this letter to anyone. It is for just you. After she moved out of the cloister, she met Grandfather. He was very nice, but not yet healthy, and he is passed on to the love of the imp sun, on the day when the imp sun rises, before the big monk sun. I say some prayers to Grandfather. Grandmother never says prayers to the imp sun, rather she only prays inside. I want to tell you about your presents. Grandmother carved them directly from green crystal. The biggest one is a kitty cat. That is the animal that lives on the far world. The next one is a rose. That is a vegetable that grows on the far world. It is supposed to be red, yet this one is green and still very pretty. The littlest one is the secret one. Grandmother keeps it for herself. She will not tell me what it is still, yet one day she will give it to me. It's a butt plug. I think
Passed down from generation to generation.
I think she is still working to carve it.
Though.
Oh yeah, twice. When she started to make the rose,
Vinegar.
it was just a block, and she carved it and made it beautiful. When she started the little one, it was just a T shape. Boom. Yet now she carved a little man on the front of the T. I know she will finish it very beautiful for you. Okay, that's it. See you not soon, Ilisandria. Ha ha ha. Love, Anna.
Anna's on some shit.
Mm-hmm.
Who is Anna? Where does she exist?
Because she
Why
doesn't
does this-
speak English.
No, this almost strikes me as the future. Like
Yeah.
this strikes me as a far-flung reality where things are just different, and they're aware of our reality and what things are like here.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like some weird side place, like the old Apple Melody chapter that you read.
Mm-hmm.
89 is on the planet's surface, a great crystal tower, posted on the 19th of June at 10 p.m. exactly. The remnant ember of a dying star drifts along the galactic fringe, companioned solely by a tiny world. On the planet's surface, a great crystal tower lords over a vast and airless plain. The cooling star's blue light draws the tower's shadow across the land and marks the passing of the ages. Through the core of the tower runs an artery of living flesh, branching paths of blood and refracted within facets. At the base of the spire there is no door, no entryway, but at the top, a fleshy orifice. Once or twice in age, for purpose unknown, the tower's mouth expels a living human to fall down and down through the airless space and land atop a scree of other people. A traveler passing on foot would be forgiven for wondering why so many other travelers had approached the tower and flung themselves down at its base to die. Perhaps it was in prayer, or perhaps they were searching for an entryway, for a door which doesn't exist. Posted on the topic of light travels but doesn't remember the journey. The reply to the post is, the light that started on one end when I was born reached the other end today. I'm 25 and trying to comprehend how much has happened in my life and compare it to the size of a nebula. Dude, this next title is fucking hilarious. Who wrote this? 90. Who wrote 90? The title is just stupid enough for me to be like, the author? It was. It was the author.
Okay.
And it's chode or chode. And it's two different spellings. C-H-O-D-E or C-H-O-A-D.
Yeah.
And then it says, let's settle the debate. I've always thought it's C-H-O-D-E.
Yeah, I didn't think that it was.
I didn't think there was like a toad version of chode.
Yeah.
So interesting. And it is written by the author.
Okay.
Doesn't say time, which we've noticed on a post before, but it just says June 26th, 2016.
Okay. I think that was a pretty big jump because the last one was like the 9th.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's been steadily moving at a brisker pace. The first line is literally posted. Nah, fuck Reddit.
Oh. Was there IRL drama?
I have no idea.
Or like account drama in between?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
I have decided to move out of... Yeah, maybe he just posted the chode or chode, and then he didn't like the answer that the group said, like, as a poll.
Yeah.
I've decided to move out of the sober house. People usually stay here a couple months. I've stayed here for over 6. Honestly, I'm finding it hard to live in the same house with Sean, aka Black Jesus. He's never been easy to live with, and lately we've been getting into arguments like little shit, like chores. On top of that, I'm freaked out by his story about the room full of bones. I've come up with a few theories about why he would tell me that story and why he would insist it was real, and none of the theories are terribly comforting. I want to put it behind me for a while. I had actually considered finding the warehouse that he mentioned. Maybe it would give me some answers, but I've decided, fuck that. I'm not going to some goddamn warehouse in Crack City. I don't need an ending to my story that badly. I'll just do what I've been doing and make shit up.
Yeah.
Actually, I've been stuck for the past few days. I can't really come up with anything that seems fitting as an ending. I've been considering just leaving it unfinished. Maybe not all stories should have endings. Endings are lies. I realize that AA meetings are just a form of storytelling. That's what we do in meetings. We sit in a circle and tell each other stories. Oh, we pretend like it's all real life, but every time somebody shares, they make an attempt to storify their life, to make it some tidy little parable. Sometimes the parables are profound and touching, and sometimes they're absurd or cliched or just terrible. A guy in a meeting might tell a story about how he got into an argument with his boss, and he might end it with something like, "And that's how I learned I need to stand up for myself." Except maybe arguing with his boss was a terrible idea. Maybe he's trying to portray stupidity as wisdom. Or maybe it really was wisdom. Either way, he's packaging the truth up as a story with a lesson at the end. And this covers up one of the essential facts of life, that it just keeps going along, not giving a shit about our attempts to explain it. There are these moments in life when the goal is achieved and the story should end and the credits should roll, but instead, it just keeps going the fuck along. The guy gets the girl, and now they have to live with each other. She farts a lot. He hogs the shower. Or the underdog team wins the tournament, and now they have to get ready for the next season. And 10 seasons later, they're all retired, sitting around scratching their balls. That's the first big problem, the recovering alcoholic encounters. We make the inspiring and courageous decision to walk away from our whole way of life to try something new. The story could end there, but it doesn't. Instead, life stretches on and we have to live day after day with the grinding boredom of sobriety. So maybe the interface story should be like that. No tidy ending. Just, here, take it or leave it. Except, that's lame. That's a ripoff. I'll just wait. Some kind of ending will come to me, but I'm not going to that warehouse, though. Fuck no. I'm not asking Sean any more about it either. If I have to make up a shitty ending, that's fine. A lot of good books have shitty endings. At this point, I'm just a little burned out. After I'm done, I'm going to put aside writing and work on my social life for a while. I'm going to try to change my number of friends from 0 to a positive integer. I thought maybe I could find a group of friends in recovery, but it hasn't happened. I don't like recovery people. They're corny and boring.
That's why they're in recovery.
I found a room because they're losers.
Fucking name!
They're losers, that's why. I found a room to rent near downtown in an arty neighborhood. As a soon-to-be acclaimed writer, parentheses, don't I belong among the thinkers and the artists? The end to this chapter doesn't feel believable. After everything that this character has said previously, how could he come in to this decision so lightly? Sure, he's a self-deceiving alcoholic. Sure, people make crazy decisions at a whim at all times. This might be realistic, but it's not believable. A novel must have a more logic than real life. The events in the novel must operate by a chain of cause and effect that the reader can follow. If you're going to have somebody completely contradict their previously expressed viewpoints, it has to be the result of some event happening in their life which causes them to change. The bigger the change in the character, the bigger the event must be. Before you post this, I would rewrite it, playing up the conflict with Sean. Make it into a full-blown fight that forces the narrator to move out. Then have the narrator living alone, going stir-crazy, which leads him to make a fateful choice. And that's in parentheses, that entire paragraph, with the initial K signed at the end. Does that imply that the author's story is just Karen creating a narrative device for which to get this story here?
That she's the one. He's the prophet of Karen, not necessarily the prophet of Q.
Right. What if the purpose of the author's narrative is to simply be a framing device?
Yeah.
For the story.
Yeah.
And it's not real, but it needs to purport being real to get awareness.
Yeah, I mean, I've always kind of viewed it as the author is simply channeling, maybe not the right word, but like,
I think I've used that word before,
kind of the story flowed out of him in a hyper realistic way.
It's interesting there though that we get like author notes in the middle of a chapter.
Yeah.
And then it just goes right back into the author saying, I'm going to get in touch with some old friends, and I'm going to go out and meet people. I'll just try to get a small circle of friends started. I know how to meet friends. I've always known how. It's easy. I'm gonna start drinking again.
Side note, if you need help, there's nothing to be ashamed about getting help. That being said, I've quit alcohol plenty enough times in my life that I think, and this is a pretty hot take here.
Okay.
I think that the extremism of alcoholism and the extremism of sobriety, like neither option is quote unquote the most optimal option, right?
No,
Anytime you're in an
not.
extreme, it's never like optimal.
It's various shades of gray.
Yeah.
Need to exist.
You know,
Yeah.
like I think that it is almost healthier to have some type of relationship with alcohol than to be like, you know,
Or just in the paint in either direction.
yeah, absolutely, exactly.
In the paint in either direction is its own problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think it's easier to think of it in shades of gray. I think where we get into the stereotype is probably the best way to say it.
Yeah.
The stereotype, narratively speaking, you know, your Jack Torrances, your Stephen King self-inserts, is where it becomes abusive as a specific like narrative device, or like my take has always been, if it ruins something huge, then it's more of a problem than people let on.
Sure.
If you are just having a good time and you're still managing your day-to-day without putting people or yourself in danger, then you're doing fine. That's how I've always interpreted that. And no one knows anyone's line in the sand. Mm-hmm. People.
And the closer you get to the line in the sand, the harder it is to see.
But at the same time, it's just like, I think it's those shades of gray and those lines in the sand that don't get defined narratively and don't get talked about enough between people, like interpersonally. So it's like, I think we live in a day and age where it's a lot easier to have that conversation and exist in those various shades of gray. Whereas I think the stereotype of where the story is writing from, or even really popular narrative characters, like, they are a bygone stereotype for a reason. Like, I don't personally know anyone who fights that line and makes it about everyone else. Like, it's always a very, like, self-inflict, self-measurement, self-adjustment is probably the best way to say it. Because I think we all, and I'm not just talking about alcohol. I'm talking like substances in general.
Yeah.
I have seen many people dip their toes into not great stuff and come out perfectly fine. So it's about your personal checks and balances.
Yeah.
It is
I've experimented with some pretty hard shit.
I have no doubt.
Yeah.
But I think we all have our line where we know
that I'm not going over that.
That was a touch too far.
Yeah.
And you could tow yourself back.
Yeah.
I think it's people who run past that fucking line like they're in some type of mortal peril, or say so far from the line that they've taken up a residency in a different country from where the line exists, that we've like negative behavior. like vehemently dangerous behavior. And I don't it is no one's business but that person's.
Sure.
You know, like it's as long as that line exists, as long as that spectrum is reflected upon by that person, then it doesn't matter. They are doing the dance.
Yeah.
It is a dance. Life's the dance. I casually numb myself with weed to get through my day,
Sure.
to enhance experiences, to make myself feel better. It is absolutely a crutch. There will come a time where I have to stop, and it's probably going to be health related. So it's like, until that time comes, gonna keep doing the dance.
Yeah.
Doing the dance as long as I can. I remember having this conversation with you before where it's just like...
I'm sure.
We've looked at our health, we've looked at the things we do, we've looked at all the substances we've taken, and we just kind of drops in a bucket to the entire equation.
Yeah.
And even then we're just like, but that's not what's going to be what kills me. Yeah. So I'm just going to keep doing it.
Yeah. And if it is going to be what's going to kill me, I wouldn't have enjoyed life as much.
I also agree with that.
You know, like...
I also agree with that. I think, but within reason.
Yeah,
within
of course.
reason. I think it's a funny conversation because I think the conversation we're having right now is leaps and bounds more real feeling than how this story has ever talked about addiction.
Oh, for sure. Oh, for sure.
I feel like, if anything, that last post was just like, and here's the revelation that the narrator is not an addict. It is all a framing device for a narrative. Mm-hmm. And this is how we're going to get it out there, because Reddit is largely a lot of self-help in a lot of different sections.
And self-therapeutic.
Yeah. Community.
I mean, I will say, so there was a bout that I did a little while ago.
The author's also saying it's the poll, and they said it's Chode, CHOAD, and I want the author to know that they're wrong.
This story just lost at least 0.2 right there. I did a little stint from the end of August, until just before Christmas, and I was at a point where I knew, right, Christmas Eve, I was going to the family, I knew I was going to have a drink. So I decided, I think like 3 days before that, like the 21st or something, we went to a hockey game. I was like, if I'm going to have a drink at Christmas Eve, why wouldn't I have a drink here at the hockey game, you know? Especially like I wasn't driving that night and everything else. So I do have like that kind of sense of, here's my avenue away from the sobriety. You know, like I had whatever that is, like 3 months, 4 months, and it's time to
dip the toe back into the water.
Yeah, you know, reacclimate myself while taking that tolerance break.
Everyone takes tolerance breaks.
And B, man. Like, you know, just
my entire trip to Japan is going to be a tolerance break.
Yeah.
Weed is so fucking illegal over there.
Yeah.
And I don't like drinking anymore. So it's just like...
That's fair.
I'm gonna have a couple cocktails and I'm gonna call it. Like, I don't think there's gonna be a single drunk experience in Japan. It takes a lot for me to get drunk.
That makes me sad.
It takes a lot for me to get drunk, and it usually ends up hurting.
Sure.
Like a lot. Like I have to take meds to stop it from hurting. So I can't.
Yeah.
Weed, it causes me no problems. The worst thing I do with weed is get anxious, and I get over it.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, you've seen me fucking yoked out of my mind anxious. Mm-hmm. And then the minute I'm on a path, I just accept it. And I stop being anxious about it because I'm on a path. Like, we're doing something, we're going somewhere.
You focus yourself
you tunnel vision, and you get through the thing and you start having a good time again.
Yeah.
Unfortunately...
I mean, that's one of the best ways to deal with general
that.
anxiety anyway, is like, get your mind off of what you're anxious about and onto something specific.
Oh, yeah.
That you will focus on the specific thing. Mm-hmm. You know?
No, I think all of this is a really interesting talk, and it's funny that a story like this can get us to go to these places. Because this is, by and large... really experimental fiction.
Yeah, but it's very, very well written.
And how do you get to people? How do you make yourself feel believable? You write pretty understandable perspectives.
Mm-hmm.
We might not agree with the way this person is talking about.
Well, I'm sure there are plenty of people who have had
but
the author's exact experience.
Sure, or more, or worse.
Yeah.
And it's just like, if a narrative is strong enough to get us to have that conversation without having even lived there, it's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to read 91, which is part 1 of what's called the Son's narrative.
Okay.
And the Son, as something for you to know, is the one who finishes this story, writes the last 2 or 3 parts.
Okay.
So it's interesting that we're in the last 10 chapters and we're being thrown in an entirely new narrative who's going to pretty much take the reins.
Well, I mean, that leads back to the last couple where they, like, the author has stated, hey, this ending's hard to write. It's like, well, let's open a new chapter to help finish it all.
In there to finish it, yeah.
Yeah.
So this one's called A Mother's Son, and it's June 27th, 9 a.m.
One time, my mom took me to a clothing store. She was wearing a blue dress, and I was following her around. But then I looked up, and it wasn't her. It was some other lady wearing a blue dress I had followed by mistake. I was scared, so I ran away from the lady. But then I couldn't find Mom. A lady from the store found me crying and took me back to her. I was mad at her because I thought she switched into that lady on purpose to trick me. I was too little to know that's not possible. Is it? I wake up by myself and go downstairs for toast and jam, but the kitchen is totally empty. I call Mom, Mom, but she doesn't answer. I can't find anybody. In the TV room, there is a stranger sitting in the big chair. Uh-oh, I can only see the back of her head. Gray hair. I sneak away to my room. Upstairs, I check Mom and Dad's room and my sister's room, but they're all empty. Where did they go? It's not fair that they left without me. Anna and Brittany always go places and do things without me. But Mom wouldn't do that. She likes to take me everywhere. We are best friends. So what happened? Maybe they said they were going somewhere and I didn't listen. Mom always tells me to listen better. Why don't I? Wait a minute. Today is Sunday. Usually we go to church on Sunday. Mom and Dad go to the grown-up church and I go to Sunday school. They must be at church. Last week I told Mom that I never ever want to go to church again. Hey, maybe Mom decided to leave me at home just like I told her to.
Been there.
This is great. No stupid Sunday school, all the playtime I want. I ran over to where my toys are piled up in the corner and get all the ones I want. I've been playing this great game with my trucks and cars called Police vs. Firemen. The police use their guns and the firemen use their hoses, and even have hoses that shoot fire. Well, I think I know who wins that fight.
Obviously the firemen.
Obviously, they're flamethrowers. I play for a long time and it's great, but I'm getting more hungry. When will everyone be back? How long is church? It feels like forever when I'm there. It's so boring, and the kids aren't nice to me. I remember that last week I cried in the car on the way over because I didn't want to go. Mom was mad. I was really crying like a baby, and it was embarrassing. I always cry too much. Anna and Brittany make fun of me for it because I cry more than them, but they are the girls. I try not to, but I do it anyway. I wonder about the stranger downstairs. It looks like an old gray-haired lady, but I only saw her back. Is she a babysitter? I decided to go downstairs and get some crackers from the pantry. Mom keeps some on a shelf for me. I go get the crackers and eat them until I'm full. On the way back, I pass by the TV room. That old lady is still sitting there. Her long gray hair is hanging down over the back of the chair. It's got little leaves and little sticks in it. This makes me want to giggle a little bit. What a messy lady. But then I start to get scared thinking about it. I sneak back upstairs. Now it's sunset time and I'm hungry again. And I'm a lot more scared. Mom and Dad and everybody are still gone. What if they don't come back? What if Mom was really mad at me for crying last time and now this is punishment? Oh no. What if God is mad at me for not going? We're supposed to go to Sunday school to make God happy and I didn't go. It was really bad. What if this is a big punishment? God can make people disappear forever. I get down on my knees and press my hands together very tight and whisper, I'm sorry, God, for not going to Sunday school. I will go every time forever until I am dead. I am sorry. I am sorry. Please bring Mom and Dad and Anna and Brittany back. Thank you, God. Amen. I get up and run over to my window. I can see the front lawn and the street. It's all empty. I wait for Dad's car to come down the street. Now they're all coming back. But nobody cares. Downstairs I hear noises, like a dog growling but so loud, and something banging on the ceiling. I go into my closet. I cry too much. I always cry too much.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So is this a new kid taken by Mother, or is this the author taken by Mother back when he was a kid?
That's interesting.
He always talks about the summer that Mom died.
Yeah.
That's something he's said before.
That's true.
And he might think of it that way, but truthfully it's just the summer he was fucking kidnapped.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mother Horse has her. Oh yeah, because there's the gray-haired lady. That would fit.
Once she turns around, I think we're gonna know. We're gonna understand. So that was 90 or 91?
That was 91, yeah.
So now we're gonna do 92. We don't go back to him till 94.
Okay. And what was that one called? Sam?
The Sun's name.
The Sun's.
Just
okay.
The Sun.
Yeah.
By the author, the narrator. Falling into the abyss. The person sitting in the big chair. New mother. A basement full of specimens. Glistening membranes. Blurred faces laughing. Tower witch. Monster mountain. Apocalyptic sky infested with wings. The dream folds in on itself and spills out dozens of new creatures. Images intercourse. Panes of light behind everything. Ragged Muppet creatures tumbling out and chasing one another, devouring, blood crunching. Growing panes of light. Galapagos critters howling, ingesting, affixing. Lamprey, succubus, Voltron food chain formation. Panes of light, a persistent locus. The window pane's persistence triggers reality, rational bootstrapping. Persistence rapidly infects everything else. The weird Galapagos creatures die off. Too weird to live. All the props of ordinary reality are rushed into place just before I open my eyes. A sunlit window in a bedroom. Where is this? My new place. I rented it online before moving out of the sober house. This is real. I try to remember what I did over the last few days. The memories are dark, shifting mess, a clinging mud I'm afraid to touch. My face hurts. My tongue finds cuts on the inside of my bottom lip. Brown spots dot the white pillowcase. Picking my head up and looking around at the room, I recall it from 20 sober minutes I spent here before going to the bar. Beside the bed, the nightstand has been tipped over and the lamp is corded pile of shards. Shit. This isn't my stuff. It's just a bedroom in somebody's house. I slide out of bed, my stomach tingles, my brain tingles, my limbs are moving stroboscopically. Oh, wow. I am inside the nightmare. Mind crucifying. Reddish spots make a trail along the hardwood floor. Fuck. I can't handle this. I run to the little bathroom and a red-faced creature lurches into the mirror frame. Oh, Jesus. A distorted mass of bruises. I turn this way and that to see my new features. The horrible tingling in my brain feels like it's going to eat through my skull. I check my teeth and my heart sinks. The bonding on my front tooth has been knocked out. The other teeth seem okay, though. I look down at the sink. It seems to have been scrubbed with blood. Swirling trails of reddish-brown cover the porcelain. It's on the floor, the toilet, the walls. Oh. It's a lot of blood. That was in a post called Welcome to Hell, or a topic called Welcome to Hell, and the post before that this is a reply to is, let's see how more fucked up this can get. 93 is called I'm Taking the Vodka, and it's also by the author.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe it didn't kick me out. Maybe it did. Yeah. What are we on, 94? 93.
93. I'm taking the vodka.
Have you ever noticed that when you swallow, your throat closes up for a moment and you can't breathe at all? Of course, it always opens back up. This process is quite automatic, and you don't need to think about it. But what if you do think about it? What if by thinking about it, you somehow confuse everything and your throat just stays closed? What if all that gummy flesh just sticks together and you suffocate to death? This is how I think after a bender. I call it the scary swallows. I swallow and my throat seems to catch for a moment, cutting off my windpipe, and panic blooms through my brain, threatening to take over everything. And then I manage to suck in a breath, and the panic subsides until the next swallow. So I try not to swallow at all. But then I'm thinking about it, obsessing over it, and my throat starts to twitch. Shut up, irrelevant, stupid. Do something. What do? Liquor. Look for liquor. My queasy stomach groans at the thought of it, but every other part of me shrieks with anticipation. Liquor makes everything else possible. Without it, the panic will rattle me apart. With it, I can do anything. I scan the blood-smeared bathroom for bottles. Nothing. One in the bedroom. There is an empty half-gallon of vodka and empty cans everywhere. Drunk to the last drop. God damn it, nothing in here. Where is the owner? I remember that I checked into the place without meeting him, using a door code. Have I met him since? No idea. The area of memory is corrupt. What will he think when he sees the broken lamp, the blood, my face? He'll kick me out for sure. What if something even worse is waiting outside the bedroom door? What if I've killed him and his body is lying face down on the floor and my entire life is over? And I was so close, so fucking close to getting out of the misery of doing something, of accomplishing something, something mom and dad could be proud of. And now it's all over. All destroyed. Calm yourself. Calmness. This is all imagination. Oh, your fanciful imagination. What a delight it is. Just go into the living room and look. Just go. Just go. I crack the bedroom door and peek. It's the ordinary living room and the kitchen of a pretty nice apartment. I don't see anybody lying face down in a pool of blood. Nothing is broken. Liquor. Now. I go to the kitchen. There's nothing on the counters. I open the refrigerator. Please, please, please. Fuck. Nothing. Oh, you teeter-tattling cunt. What the fuck kind of insult is that? Did I get a room with one sober motherfucker in this whole fucked up drinking ass city? I open the freezer. A frozen bottle lies on its side. I pull it out. It's a fifth of Absolute. Full. Unopened. Emitting a ghostly cold mist like an angel. I stare at it in my shaking hands. Tears coming to my eyes. I feel flowing through my entire existence the begrudging mercy of a disapproving God. I scratch at the stupid slippery plastic around the cap. My trembling hands are almost useless. I imagine myself having a seizure before I can get the bottle open, dying right here on the kitchen floor, like a man in a desert, dying of thirst just feet away from an oasis. But I finally manage to tear the crackling plastic off. The front door of the apartment swings open, letting in a blast of horrible sunlight. A figure stands at the door. I shove the bottle back in the freezer and slam it shut and turn my back to the person. I want to run and hide, to evaporate, but all I can do is just stand there. Fuck. Fuck. Oh, hey, man, a friendly voice says. Nick, right? Yeah, good, I mumble. I am still standing with my back to the person. This is not valid human behavior. Fuck. Fuck. Why did he have to come home now? I force myself to turn around. A youngish dude is standing in the doorway, a bag slung over his shoulder. Apparently the owner. Hey, are you all right? He asks, the smile fading from his face. Yeah. What happened to you? I don't know. Mountain biking? Another invalid response from me. Now he's worried. He glances around the apartment, checking to see if his stuff is okay. I broke your lamp, I say preemptively. I'm gonna go, I'm sorry. What happened? He asks, closing the front door. I got drunk and mountain biking. I mumble. I head to the bedroom, my heart pounding. On second inspection, I notice that not only is the nightstand turned over and the lamp broken, but there are broken plates, a hole punched in the drywall, and beef jerky sticks strewn everywhere. Jesus, man, what did you do? The guy asks as he follows me into the room. I don't know. I was already on the verge of sobbing. Maybe I could just cry my way out of this. Nobody likes to see a grown man cry. I've got to get out of here. I got drunk. Please, take the month's rent. I'll go. I say, this is a really stupid offer. I can't afford to give away a month's rent, but I don't know what else to do. I can't handle going to jail. It would kill me. My heart feels like it's trying to punch its way out of my chest. I need liquor. I just need liquor. Dude, hold on. How much stuff did you fuck up? The guy asks. This is it, I say, not really knowing if I'm telling the truth or not. A bunch of my clothes are lying on the floor. I gather them up and throw them into my suitcase and zip it up, only to realize there are a lot more of my clothes obviously lying all over the place. Well, we need to figure out the damages. I can't, okay? I've got to go, I say in a quavering, childish voice. Just take the month's rent. The guy starts inspecting the room as I pack my clothes. The awkwardness of it makes me want to claw my eyes out. My suitcase won't close. The clothes won't fit unless they're perfectly folded. God, I want to cry. I am almost crying. Good, good. It's like a squid blasting out of a jet of ink. It will allow me to escape. I throw my least favorite shirts onto the floor and zip the suitcase up. When I stand up, me and the guy have this moment where we're each looking at each other eye to eye. Dude, he says, you're all fucked up. I'm taking the vodka, I announce.
Is that the chapter?
That's the chapter.
I don't fucking know. I'm taking the vodka. Shit. What an ending.
Yeah.
Alright. 94. All the birds giggle and I scream. I scream for ice cream.
Yeah.
This sounds... We're back at the sun. I think I said 94 is back at the sun.
Yes.
So part 2 of...
So he has
6
4 of the last 6?
6 of the last 10.
Yeah.
So yeah, there are 4 more after this.
Yeah.
I fell asleep in the closet, but I wake up in my bed. Before I open my eyes, I know she will be there. And she is. Standing at the end of the bed, morning time, she is not a person. She is something else. I try not to cry. I start crying right away. Can't stop. She is tall, but her body is not a body. It's just a pile of things. It's covered in a long, shiny robe. Shiny from a million blue gold flies crawling on her. Long gray hair covers most of her face. I look up at the ceiling and scream, and scream, and scream. I scream for my mommy to come back. The ceiling turns pink and fuzzy. I am screaming so hard. Then she is standing over me, looking down on me, and her face is awful pieces of animal. I remember her eyes. The same eyes as the white horse Brittany rides. The one that Mom said I could pet, but it bit my hand and I had to go to the hospital. The eyes are just hanging on the face, not really looking at me. Flies crawl on them. I am shaking, scared. Please, God, please make her go away. She snorts and makes animal sounds. Her old barn smell makes me want to throw up. She reaches out and her fingers are made of crab legs of all different sizes. No, 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 I hate crabs more than anything. When we go to the beach, my dad always makes sure to pick a part of the beach with no crabs. He says he can tell when there are crabs because no, 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 she touches my face with her crab hands. Horrible, horrible. I close my eyes as tight as I can and I scoot against the back of the bed. The touching stops. I press my eyes shut tight. Tweets and chirps. Drink, a happy little voice says. I keep my eyes close. Drink, says the voice. It sounds fun and cartoony. I open my eyes just a little bit. Oh. A dozen birds' heads have crawled out of a hole in her neck. They move in different ways. I found a dead baby bird once in our backyard. It had no skin and blue lumps for eyes. It is there with the other heads. Drink, it says in a funny parrot voice. She holds up a big silver spoon in her crab hand. A greenish monkey hand holds up a glass bottle full of purple stuff and pours it out onto the spoon. I can smell it. Grapey, like a medicine Mom gives me. Is it the same stuff? She holds the spoon up for me to drink. Please, God, make this stop. All the birds giggle. Her claw pinky pokes my neck. It hurts. I open my mouth. Down goes the medicine. I lie there with my eyes shut tight and I cry and I stop crying and then I cry again. I know she's there. The smell, the flies, the sound of animal breath. Why won't she go away? Please go away. Go away. Go away. Please, God, make her go away. Something's slipped inside my eyes. I can see it even though they're closed. Not a square, not a triangle, a shape. I don't know the name of. Lots of shapes. Oh no, my eyeballs fill up with little people, like a Where's Waldo book. There's a million of them all doing different things, moving around in an old city with castles and flags. They're running through tunnels and climbing up towers. I can watch them all at once. Wow, there's a baker and a knight and a clown and a queen with lots of... They're all dying. Cartoony blood pours everywhere, and they've all got scared looks on their faces, and the blood washes away, and they're all playing and smiling again. The places and people are changing. I see stories. They happen all at once, 100 stories, but I can watch them all at once. It's different people crying, then laughing, then living, then dying, and doing all kinds of things. It's like seeing 10 movies on all at once, and it's so much. Too much. I open my eyes. She is still there, piled up on the edge of my bed. The Where's Waldo people are still there, playing and laughing and bleeding and dying. The animal pieces of her face open up, and look. There's another face inside. It's a woman's face, or maybe a man's face made of wet clay. It's smooth and beautiful, and I'm not scared at all looking at it. I feel like I'm floating. The clay changes and the face turns into other faces. An old man, a young man, a Chinese guy, a sad black guy, other guys, a cat. The shapes of the faces change, but something in the eyes stays the same, staring at me, telling me something. The face changes one more time. It's a woman's face. Mother. Maybe very old, maybe very young. Mother. The eyes say something clearly. Mother. I can feel my heart beating. When it beats, it says, Mother, Mother, Mother. The eyes are sad, so old and sad and kind, so kind, like they're sorry for me, like they wish they could help me, but the face is still and the lips are pressed together like she, Mother, is trying to hide that she is sad. Trying not to be sad, trying to be strict because she is going to punish me. It's the same look Mom gives me when I've been bad and she puts me in timeout. The face is Mom's face, but also 1,000 other faces. They feel sorry for me. Oh no. Oh, no, 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 no. I scream and scream, scream, scream. That was posted in the topic, Mother is going to punish me. 95.
Sounds like Mother already punished him.
Sounds like Mother already punished him, whoever he is. I am starting to think it is the narrator. But,
yeah.
But it is it does say...
Well, especially when he was drunk, talking about the crying.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah.
95 is back to the author. And it's titled, Fuck, a 5-Day Bender, aka, I am the king in the land of misery.
See, and not to go, like, down the rabbit hole again, but that's one of the reasons why, like, I don't want to call it obsessive sobriety, doesn't work, because you rubber band back.
Yeah.
Like, you have to have that balance.
You have to balance. Yeah. No, I agree.
I am the king in the land of misery. Outside, the midday light and the heat are mind-bending. Some kind of goddamn UFO ray zapping me. Sweat rolls down my burning face. Squinting makes my cheeks ache. The wheels of my suitcase rumble over the gritty sidewalk. I have no fucking idea where I am or where I'm going. Some street, some fucking neighborhood. I desperately want to drink from the bottle of liquor I'm carrying in a grocery bag, but I'm afraid somebody else will see and report me. All the internal alarms of my mind and body are riding at once. Each passing car seems like it will pull over. Each one seems to slow and veer towards the curb. Each one is surely filled with gang members or undercover cops ready to beat me down. Don't make me jerk you off. Each one passes, sending a wave of warm air and panic past me. I am insane. I do not belong in normal society. I must be isolated. I must keep moving. The sidewalk ends. Shit, fuck! The road is turning into some kind of freeway. Can I walk along it? Is that allowed? I don't know. Why don't I know things? Everybody knows things. Here I am wandering tits out, no fucking clue. This wet bottle of liquor is showing right through the plastic bag. I've got to get somewhere. I've got to get this liquor inside me. I trudge through an abandoned lot, trying to get away from the road, dragging the rebellious suitcase over rocks and weeds. There's a bunch of high grass and some kind of sloppy concrete drainage thing behind it. I don't even know what the fuck it is or how to describe it. I'm not a novelist. Never was. I plop down on the concrete so that the weeds shield me from the passing cars on the road, and I spin the cap off the bottle. My stomach cringes when the cold liquor hits it. Relief begins to flow almost immediately into my brain. Merely psychological, I'm sure. But psychological is exactly what I need right now. I breathe deep and shudder, and take more sips, shaping my tongue into a sluice and send it right down my throat with no fuss. The panic slackens. Perfect. Relief. All the nightmarish fetishes, all the nightmarish feelings are still inside me.
Close enough.
Yeah, same thing. I've been really into clown girls lately.
Oh, hell yeah.
But now there is a bit of
now we're talking.
That was a little bit too real for the audience. But now there is just a bit of distance between me and them. They are at bay. Pretty soon I've taken down a quarter of the bottle. Wow, fuck, look at me. Just a few days out of the sober house and I'm literally lying in a ditch with a bottle of liquor. At least it's a concrete man-made ditch. No de-class dirt ditches for me. I snicker at the thought. My panic of just moments ago seems ridiculous. Underneath it, though, the awful horror is still there. I know my snickering is just an empty little show of bravery. What to do now? Usually at this point, I would do forensics. We have to find out what happened over the last few days. For example, who beat me up? It could be anybody. Who even cares? I used to get punched all the time. Whoever did this really had it in for me, though.
Bro did it to himself.
Probably.
It was in his own bathroom. In front of his sink. It sounds like he ripped his own fucking tooth out and then bled everywhere.
I must have unleashed a few of my delightful bon mots on an unamused stranger. I check my phone. All my cringe sensors are on full alert, ready to fire when I see what nonsense texts and 3 a.m. calls I've made. But he doesn't have any friends. Who's texting and calling?
His mom?
But it's just a few ordinary texts from my new landlord. He says he won't be back until Monday. That's today. I left the sober house on... when was it? Wednesday? Fuck.
He barely made it a week.
Yeah, a 5-day bender. And only a handful of memories from it all. Scary. At least the owner was out of town for most of it. I take a sip to my good fortune. It occurs to me to check Reddit. I have a vague memory of being on there. Chortled at some outrageous comment I made. Let's see, it turns out I posted the piece I had been working on, and the title was Chode or Chode? Let's settle the debate.
That is what it was titled.
Jesus, how stupid. It certainly undermines my claims of processing otherworldly knowledge. Hey, some guy possesses the power to see alternate timelines as he's using it to make chode jokes on the internet.
That is true.
Right. The wave of ethanol relief is fully washing over me, caressing me, easing my worries. I can feel the euphoria of the booze, but I can also feel the dread of the withdrawal at the same time, and I know both feelings are lies. Soon the euphoria will be gone, and the dread will resign again, and it'll be like this for 3 days, or more if I keep getting drunk and turning into just another day in the bender. I try to taper down, but tapering means always drinking less than you want to, always remaining in barely tolerable misery. I groan and my babyish instincts tell me to take another drink, but I don't. I shouldn't drink for another hour. Then 1 shot every hour until it's time for sleep. Then 6 shots to speed me through the nightmare realms. God, the math. The fucking math. 17 drinks and a fifth. 9 hours until alcohol sales stop. My body processes a drink an hour. For all those months I didn't have to do the drinking math, now I'm back at it. I groan and lie against the concrete drainage. Whatever. I know I look like the very picture of a drunk, but I don't care. I wallow in the feeling. Good. Good, I say. One of the lies that leads you down the road of addiction is that you're just visiting. The first time you end up in a drunk tank, or the trap house as the kids call it, or the rehab, you look at all the other guys and shake your head at how sad their lives are, because they are regulars, but you're just visiting. You're here because of a crazy fuck-up, but you'll go back to your normal life. Heck, it'll be a fun story. Even when it happens for the second or third time, you're still just visiting. You're just a tourist in the land of misery, not a resident. Well, no more lies for me. I am not visiting. I am returning home. And everything is just where I left it. That was in shitty no sleep. That's something that I've never been thrown in the drunk tank.
Yeah.
It's because I'm such a happy drunk.
I also think it's just you know where you can get drunk. People get thrown in the drunk tank
because they're
not
like
being in the right place drunk.
Yeah.
In their car,
and I also
at work,
yeah,
in public, around kids, in the middle of a crosswalk.
You're describing all these places I've gone drunk.
No, you're not allowed to say that. You're not allowed to say that. We're on the podcast. You're not allowed to say that. Alright, we're going back to the son's narrative. Mother has put a nail in my brain.
There was another time jump.
July 5th. Yeah, we've gone another week. Mother has put a nail in my brain.
I guess it could have been another bender.
It's 5-minute bender.
I don't know.
Mother has put a nail in my brain. The nail stays still. Everything else moves. Last year, me and my family took a trip to California, and my dad got to drive on the Pacific Coast Highway. He really loves cars, and it was his dream to drive on that highway since he was a little boy like me. But he didn't get to drive on it much because I got really car sick. We kept having to stop, and then we just went home. My dad didn't say anything on the way home. Why did Mom and Dad leave me behind? Was it because of stuff like that? Because I'm too much of a baby? I feel like I'm car sick now. The medicine makes everything look like it's colored in shadows. Everything is going different ways and different colors. I can see things that don't happen and things that do. Things that try to happen but don't get to. It's too confusing. Outside it's sunny, but I stay in bed so I don't feel so sick. If I lie in bed, I only see a few things. Me lying this way or that way, but if I get out of bed, I see 1,000 different me's. I'm doing different things and crowding everything up, like Where's Waldo? It makes me dizzy. Mother comes in and puts 3 big stones on the floor by my bed. I don't know why. I watch them. They just sit there, doing nothing. I think about pushing one of them away from me, and then it's covered with colored shadows. The shadows show things that could happen but don't, so I make this a game, watching what could happen. After a few days, I start feeling a little better. I still see colors, but they don't make me sick all the time. When Mother comes to give me more medicine, I tell her I'm hungry. "Make some food then, dear," she says with a bird voice. "How?" She points to the stones. "Command that these stones be made bread," she says in a new voice. A man's voice. I look at the stones. Now they are colored with more shadows moving every different way. It looks like colored fire, but I don't know what to do. I say, "Stones, turn into bread," and I shake my finger at them like Harry Potter pointing a wand. I see a color of fire I haven't seen before. It works. The stones are bread. Mother laughs. Mother leaves and I eat the bread. It's wonderful. Just like my favorite bread from Tony's. Warm and squishy, but how did it happen? Is this magic? Real magic? I drop the bread and run to the window. The street is empty, almost sunset. I close my eyes and make a special magic spell. When I open my eyes, yes! There it is, coming down the street. Mom and Dad's car. And that's a reply posted in R Funny that's just titled, "God, I Miss the Screaming." We're now moving from post 1 to post 2 for 97, but I think I always assumed that that's just because we finally reached the character length for how much Reddit can actually allow in one post.
Oh, sure.
97 is back at the author.
Okay.
I think it's the finale for the author. Nope, the author also co-writes 99 and 100. So the author also shows up for the last 2 posts. But we're now moving...
Which 99 and 100 are the son and the author?
The son and the author, yeah.
Okay. Which, assumedly, is the same
It's the
person
same
anyway.
person, assumedly. That was all posted in the topic, Mother is a Teacher. And then we're moving on to 97 is called I Need Answers.
The back of my neck feels all hot and boggy when I wake up. I hate that. The air conditioner in this motel room makes a lot of noise, but it's just a big show. I close my eyes and hope sleep takes me somewhere dark and cool, but it doesn't. Reality persists. I've been tapering off booze for the past few days. It's amazing how timid and jittery I've become when the alcohol is oozing its way out of me. I haven't even worked up the nerve to call the hotel manager and complain about the air conditioning. To think, I lived for years in this helpless, reclusive state. What a fucking waste. This whole time I thought the alcohol was giving me the courage when it was stealing from me. I can't drink anymore. I need courage. I'm down to my last $200. I could call good old Mom and Dad and ask them for some help. But what kind of conversation would that be? Why am I broke? Well, I took some time off work so I could write a book. About what? Oh, you know, tripping acid, Nazis, finger blasting cats. No, I'm not going to call old Mom and Dad. I'm not going to show the sober house either. I'm going to get some answers. I'm going to call Sean.
Black Jesus.
Sean shows up at the motel right after he gets off of work. I'm surprised because we had gotten into a little argument towards the end. I was on pretty bad terms with him. I'm standing in the parking lot when his black truck pulls up, and my paranoia starts to flare. Maybe he saw the online story and was outraged. Maybe he's been looking for me. He strides up to me and quickly gives me a hug. Patting me stiffly on the back, he says... He steps back and squints at the dingly face of the motel. I know this fucking motel, he says quietly. Come on, man. Let's get your stuff. Get my stuff? You said you're sober, right? I always talked to the house manager. He'll take you back. We got a bed. I'm not going back to the house. I asked you to come here because, I want to know where the warehouse is. The one downtown. Sean turns and looks me in the eyes. Why do you want to know about that? I tell him the story. I tell him about Mother Horse-Eyes, the Nazis, the CIA, the LSD, the experiments, most of the stuff that I've already told you. I leave out some parts, like the fact that he's in the story, that we are in the story, that all of this is in the story right now. He listens to me, but his face darkens. Maybe he'll think I'm crazy or high or full of evil spirits. Listen to me, I say, working up myself to a big speech. I have lived things which are impossible, which could not have happened. So have you. Those tunnels, those cages, the bones, none of it should exist, but you saw it. I've seen things too. We have to figure out what it is. I lived with that monster for a whole summer. I know she's down there, and I want to find her. Sean narrows his eyes and stares back at me. What's down there is the devil, Nick. If you go down there, you won't come back. I want to see her. I want to know, please. Is this the first time we're learning his name is Nick?
No, we've heard him say his name is Nick before.
Okay. I say to him, my voice breaking, I just want to know why I'm so fucked up. It's because I'm always drunk. You're fucked up because you're fucked up because you drink all day. And you got character defects, like me and everybody else. That's it. Don't you want to know what's going on down there? You're not curious? No. It doesn't eat at you? You don't need answers? He shakes his head. God doesn't promise answers. God gives us all the answers we need in the Bible. That's all we get. I don't ask him what's going on in the future. I don't do horoscopes. I don't practice witchcraft. God's not going to come down and give me answers to everything. All he wants from me is obedience. Oh, come on. So we shouldn't try to figure things out? So we shouldn't ask questions? That's just some anti-intellectual, anti-science bullshit. When we were roommates, we got into disagreements. He would start quoting the Bible at me, and I would start picking at him with snide intellectual arguments, using as many big words as I could, and we're falling back into the same dynamic. Anti-science? He says, shit, I'm not saying don't be a scientist. I'm saying don't go into a tunnel with fucking bones on the walls, man. I find myself laughing at this. He smiles at me. For real though, man, it's dangerous, he says, the smile fading. I look out across the crumbling parking lot. Long shadows are drawn across the asphalt. Man, I don't know. I feel like I could figure out what's happened during the summer. Or maybe I just wouldn't be so fucked up. I've obsessed about this shit for 25 years or so. And now there's a chance to get some answers. Just let it go. No.
I don't know why he thinks there are going to be answers down there.
Yeah, I don't either.
To me, if you see her again as an adult, she's just going to fucking kill you.
Yeah. Especially he wrote the story.
Yeah.
He knows that.
You should be aware of these things. I mean, I'm still starting to think that him being drunk writing other passages, he doesn't remember tons of the things that he writes.
I mean, I guess that's fair. But he said he wrote most of this story sober. Yeah. I mean...
I'm pretty sure he just got drunk and thought he was a kid again, reliving memories of when he was a kid, and took a bite out of a rock and broke one of his teeth, and then woke up spitting up blood with blood all over the place. And I think there's a correlation there.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, I think the disembodiment is his 5-day bender. I think his ability to go back to this place to trip to a different reality is highly influenced by alcohol. So if he is gonna fucking stay drunk and go down and see Mom, I think he's gonna have a bad time.
Yeah. No. There has to be an ending. There has to be some kind of payoff. Moses and the people wandered the desert for 40 years looking for the promised land. One day the Lord took him up to a mountaintop and showed him all the promised land. And Moses died right there, without ever setting foot in the land. Do you know what kind of Lord does that? A messed up one, I muttered. The Lord that knows we are generations. Man is of few days. Generations might pass before we get any answers. For the last 10 years, I've been living in this world, living like this world might end any day. But I'm not doing that anymore. I have to remember that we know neither that day nor the hour where the Son of Man cometh. That's why I'm going back to school and all that. I nod. Through the course of our little debates, I had told him many times the world wasn't going to end anytime soon, and the world was going to go on and on like it always did, in a fucked up, confused state. Maybe some of it rubbed off on him. Maybe some of it should be rubbing off on me right now. I need answers, I told him. I've tried to accept the mystery and whatever, but at this point, I just need to know why I'm all fucked up. Why I can't stop drinking. Why I can't be normal. Man, I could tell you where the warehouse is, but what are you going to do when you go down there? What are you going to do when you meet the devil? I haven't told him that part of the story. It's a part I'm not really sure I believe myself. I think I have been given a reason to believe that whatever is down there, I can destroy it.
Okay.
I mean,
yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's... Sure. We've heard the Chosen One narrative banged like a drum this entire story from, ironically, the horse's mouth this entire time.
Yeah.
If it's a false flag, that would be hilarious. If it's Mother planting little to get him to come back home at one point for her to finish the job, like, cool, even better, great ending. But if he does actually quote-unquote vanquish her, I would be disappointed.
I agree. I'm
putting it out there right now.
Yeah,
that's not going to happen, and if it does, it's going to suck.
Him defeating this grand evil would almost be worse than doing a 100-story chapter, and at the end of 99, we're ready to go, we're going down into the tunnel tomorrow, and just radio silence.
No, I like that.
You know,
that's Ted the Caver. I like that.
I was chapter 100 was me getting into the cave. You know the ending of chapter 100, but you don't know what happened there because I die. You know, the story died with me.
I'm okay with that.
That would be great.
Ted the Caver ends that way.
Yeah.
Ted the Caver, fantastic series. Guy talks about how he's going spelunking in this cave out in the woods, and every time he goes down there, something else freaky fucking happens. And one day he's just like, I'm gonna go down into the caves for the last time. Story fucking ends.
Yeah.
Ted never comes back.
Yeah.
It's fucking great. After all of what Ted got through, after how much he went through, he never fucking comes back. It's great. I mean, if it ended that way, I would love that.
Yeah.
It is a bit of a cop-out, though.
I mean, I know that it's not going to because I know chapter 100 exists.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess maybe, yeah. Yeah.
98.
Also, we know the author's been active.
The topic for that one was you can have anything you wish for at the cost of a bit of your sanity. Title is 98. Mother's in the kitchen. Do you know what she's cooking? It sounds like Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Yeah.
Just start voicing Mother like,
Daddy's home.
Brother, I'm coming for you and we are going to get down and boogie. July 9th.
Okay. So a day after, like, the last 2 or 3?
So this is going to end after 2.5 months?
Because April 22nd to July 9th.
3.5 months.
Yeah.
Okay. As soon as I see the car, I rush downstairs. I know that these last three are.
Yeah, all same day.
The sun.
Yeah.
The sun. I imagine if we see a line split in 99 and 100, that's going to be the sun alternating from narrator. And I think it's going to be a past-future thing. Mm-hmm. As soon as I see the car, I rush downstairs. Mother is in the kitchen making noises, but I run right by her. Outside, the car pulls into the driveway. I run to it smiling, but I slow down. Something is different about the car. Whose car is this? The door opens. I stop. Dad gets out. He's got that grumpy look he usually has. He's wearing his pajamas, but they have no buttons. Mom gets out of the car too. She just comes out of the same door. She's wearing her blue dress. I start to cry and run to her and hug her legs. She pats my head and says, There, Nick. It's okay." "Where did you go?" I ask. I'm crying like a baby. "Why did you leave me? Why did you go?" "We went to the store," Mom says. "But you were gone so long," I say. My face is smushed up against her side. "We went to the store and bought some dresses, and Dad got some stuff for his car." I look up at her. Her face is all blurry because I'm crying. I wipe my face. She looks down at me, smiling. Her face is smooth and glowing. "We stayed at the store for a few days," she says, and pats me on the head. It doesn't make sense to me. "Why did you leave me with the monster lady?" I ask. Mom stops smiling. "Monster? There's a monster in the house." "Nick," she says, like she thinks I'm telling stories. "You weren't at the store for 3 days. Where were you?" "Nick," my dad says in his grumpy voice, "that's enough." I look at him. The shape of his face is weird. He usually has freckles on his cheeks, but they're not in the right places. I let go of Mom and look at her. She makes a little smile like she always does when she sees me. It's her, it's Mom, it's her face, but it's too... What's wrong with it? Mom's shirt moves. There's something underneath it. It's pushing and trying to get out. I step back. Her face sags like a water balloon and her cheeks fall off. It hits the ground right in front of me with a big wet smack. It's lying there, just like a big raw piece of chicken. I scream and Mom falls apart. Her face falls to pieces and her whole body hits the ground like a sack of potatoes. The same thing happens to Dad. Their clothes are just lying on the driveway, but there's something inside the clothes moving around inside. I scream and something screams back. It screams again, a little scream, and pokes its head out of my mom's dress. A kitty cat. Other cats slip out of the bottom of the dress and out of my dad's pajamas. A whole bunch of cats, all different colors. Mom and Dad's clothes just blow away like tissue. And the driveway is full of cats and pieces of meat. A few cats run away, some of them cry, some wander around and sniff and lick at the meat. Something pinches my shoulder, and I scream. It's Mother's crab hand. She yanks my arm and drags me back into the house. I shout and scream, but she holds me tight. She slams the front door shut and pushes me into a big metal cage in the kitchen. Her birds are pushing out of her shoulder and her face. They're missing eyeballs and covered with big golden flies, and all of them are tweeting and cackling at me. "Your magic isn't strong enough to make whomever you want," she says in a deep voice. The birds all giggle. "Never will be," one of them shouts. That the topic is Nick and Mother, but that was posted in Reddit videos, which has nothing to do with videos.
Yeah.
You could read the title for 99.
I'm coming! Grandma!
Oh no! What if the story
it says
was,
Mother.
What if the story was Grandma Horse Eyes?
That would be... I mean, it would be suitably, like...
Hotter, right?
Yeah. Don't come in, Grandma. I am coming. Mother, I am coming. Mother locks me in the cage and sits down at the kitchen table. I scream and cry, but she doesn't move. Her horse eyes stare at the wall. The sun sets very slow and the room gets dark. She is just the shape of a black mountain sitting at the table. When the sun rises, her eyes are still on the wall. You are bad. Your magic is bad. You won't be bad again. She says, I hate you. I shout, I do hate her. I hate her, hate her, hate her. Mother's birds giggle. She stands up from the table, and all her golden flies scramble around. The bars in the cage slide to the side like magic. She reaches in and grabs me with her crab hand. It hurts so bad, I kick and I scream at her, but she doesn't care. She lifts me and carries me into the living room. It's full of cages. When did they get there? There are naked kids inside the rows of cages.
Oh shit.
They're not scared like me. They're sitting crossed legs with their hands on their knees, sitting nice and still and straight with their eyes closed. I will show you what happens when you are bad, she says. We go back to the hall. There is a door to the basement. I don't like the basement. I cry and ask her, please let me go, please, please. She opens the basement door. Usually the basement is dark, but not this time. Light shines out of the door. I look inside. Inside, it's not the basement. It's alive. Grim stuff on the news lately. Gunshots popping up like fireworks. People scrambling through shaky footage. Cops dead in the streets. There's a lot of links in this. Because it's like, yeah, 2016 shooting of Dallas police officers.
Okay, so it's like actual source stuff.
Yeah, this one is just like Black Lives Matter. Like the it hit 100 degrees today. It's supposed to hit 100 every day this week. What a strange summer it has become. Nobody can argue on the truth. They say the media is ignoring the problem. They say the media is creating the problem. The protesters are the problem. The cops are the problem. The whole thing is a false flag operation so Obama can take our AR-15s away. It's a false flag operation so they can crack down on Black Lives Matter. Chemtrails crisscross in the sky. Conspiracy theories clash in the comment sections. Single women in your area want to date now.
They do. I heard that before.
Across the ocean, they're crucifying people again. I feel so much different than I did in the spring. Less optimistic. I thought maybe I would achieve the dream of publishing a novel and, gee, wouldn't that be neat? But now I don't feel any excitement at all. Whether I publish something or not, it'll still be a friendless little specter holed up somewhere sneaking drinks. Money is pointless for all a recluse that it never does anything. And fame? A bicycle for a fish. There's nothing in my future. I'm going back to the past. I'm going to kill it. Mother doesn't care what I do as long as I don't bother her. I make sure not to bother her. When she comes into a room, I sneak out quiet as a mouse. I never go into the rooms with cages. I never go near the basement. I just stay quiet and make sure not to get in trouble. I have been practicing my magic, doing small secret things. I make bread for myself out of stones. I make yummy cookies. My stuffed animals walk around and do fun things. My trucks race around a little track I made. Magic is fun, but I'm afraid of making Mother mad. How long will Mother stay here? Will it be forever? I think it will be forever. It makes me cry when I think about it. I can't even think about Mom or Dad for a second before I start to cry. I came up with a neat idea. Lately, there are a lot of ideas in my head, like a crowd of people all talking at once. One idea was very strong and clear. I tried to bring Mom and Dad to the house, but I couldn't do it right. My magic fell apart, and they turned into stupid cats. It's because Mom and Dad are on the outside. I can't make them do things with magic. I'm not strong enough. But I can make myself do things. Sean told me where the warehouse is. I am going down there. I am being called. By the shape of my entire life, I am being called. The story must end this way. Mother will be down there, and so I will try to destroy her. I've thought about bringing some kind of weapon, but what good will a weapon be against her? She who is everything, who has shaped my life across time and space. I feel exactly like I do when evening comes. I have woken up so many mornings swearing I won't drink that day, but 7 p.m. comes and I'm walking to the store feeling none too wiser, and I don't want to be walking to the store and knowing that I'm making a wrong choice, but my feet keep moving me closer and closer. I know what I'm doing is wrong, but I am doing it anyway. I am coming, Mother. I am coming.
Okay.
Posted in r-funny.
Yeah. Topic, that was what I expected. Alright. Last post, 100.
Here we go.
Instead of so long and thanks for all the fish, which is Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, it is so long and thanks for all the chitinous cruciforms.
Yeah.
Finished on July 17th.
Okay.
I am being changed. Mother's lessons are teaching me things, transforming me. At night I lie in my little bed eating cookies and watching the ceiling. Then the seams open up and, wow, look at what's behind them. Colors without names, stars from long ago, tunnels through the beyond. My magic is growing stronger. I can make things happen. I pray and wait and they come to me. Every morning little sparrows land on a tree branch outside my window. Mother says I can't be too greedy. Press at the curves, she says. Direct the flow, don't move against it. I am reading the Bible with new words I've learned. Christ has blood magic, the magic of suffering, of desire and limitation. At night, Mother and I watch his soft flesh writhe and struggle on the hard architecture of the cross. Mother, he cries, behold your son. Father, he cries, into your hands I commit my spirit. Soon I will call my own little Christ unto these yellow sands. Switching back to the author. The other passengers on the bus seem unaware that I am headed towards a showdown which will decide the fate of all mankind. Am I still sane? But what really makes me feel sane is that I can still recognize that my actions are insane. I'm going to confront a sinister entity which has been shaping the course of human events since prehistory, which may one day enslave all of humanity, and I am doing it wearing an old Garth Brooks t-shirt. As I step off the bus and onto a blinding summer sidewalk, I'm reminded of the brave Marines pulling out of their landing vehicles onto the beaches of Iwo Jima. Yes, brave warriors are we. They say one hallmark of delusional thinking is grandiosity. The delusional man often thinks himself to be a part of some grand struggle, when really there is no struggle but that in his mind. A pigeon bobs across my path. I mutter, "Fuck off." A Google Maps leads me through the streets. I expect to see a bunch of crackheads milling around, but everything is empty. In the sunshine, it looks like an ordinary factory street. The warehouse itself is just a dusty old brick building with scribbles of spray paint and boarded up windows. It's not even especially shitty. The front door is chained up, but I check the boarded windows and find a board that bends back easily. A musty smell seeps out of the dark. Fuck. Am I really doing this? Sweat already coats my face. I fish a flashlight out of my backpack and turn it on. Inside the warehouse, my sweeping flashlight finds dusty shapes littering the floor, Old boxes, cinder blocks, a gleam on the floor. Yes, it's our first crack pipe. Or maybe a meth pipe. Is there a difference? Listening to people in the rooms has made me feel rather worldly when it comes to drugs, but it's all been secondhand stories. What do I really know? Sean said there was a flight of stairs that led down to a door. The floor of the main room doesn't seem to have any stairs leading down, but there are a few doorways on the far side. I make my way over, stepping carefully through the debris. The middle doorway sits at the top of a short staircase. At the bottom is another empty doorway. The flashlight catches the glint of metal, a pair of torn hinges. When we were roommates, Sean always had such a cool demeanor, cool and poised and confident. But now I see a new picture of him, working the hydraulic spreader, prying the door off its hinges, the metal groaning, then shrieking, sweat coating his face, his eyes bright and wide with a terrible craving, the thing beyond hunger. I shudder and step down the stairs. Sure enough, they lead to a tunnel. I move slowly, forced to press against some basic animal instinct to go back, to get the fuck out of there. But the tunnel is strangely plain and featureless. Considering that it lies under a cracked den and leads to a possible flesh interface, it's just a dusty block wall with no light fixtures or anything. The tunnel leads to more tunnels, more stairs, empty rooms. The black air teems with bits of dust that shine in the flashlight. My skin tingles all over. Is the dust clinging to me? Or is it just the low-grade terror that fills my body? It reminds me of the tingle that filled my limbs on all those mornings before the first drink. How I had begged for that feeling to end. But now I know it will never end. There will always be another awful morning, another fuck-up, another withdrawal, unless I go forward. Not away from the nightmare, but into it. But it goes on and on. I cannot believe how long the tunnels are, how many rooms there are, how deep the stairs are. I can taste the dust on my lips, and I pull my shirt up to cover my nose. Occasionally I come across an old metal chair or some rotting boards, but nothing else. I'm hoping to find some scrap of paper or maybe a name tag, some clue as to who built this monstrosity. But there's nothing but dust. More and more dust. I stop and watch the dust float across my flashlight's beam, holding out my sweating, shaking hand. I let a dark speck settle on my fingertip. Looking at it closely, I see that it's in the shape of a flake. Is it dust? Or is it ash? A wave of dread moves through me. Could it be from a burned interface? Is it human ash? The wave of dread is followed by a flurry of nervous wisecracks. Fucking dust. What the fuck do I know about dust or ash? I'm not some dust expert. Maybe it's just flaky dust. Maybe it's dandruff. Maybe I'll find a huge cache of used wigs down here. Did you find an...
Wigs with dandruff?
Did you find an interdimensional portal? No, but these wigs are in pretty good condition. Look, we got a mid-60s Dusty Springfield here. I wipe my hand on my shirt and keep moving forward. Just a few steps later, my flashlight finds the end of the block tunnel and the beginning of a rock cave, just like Sean said. God, can it be real? Maybe it's an ordinary rock tunnel. Maybe it's just part of an unfinished. Reaching out from the shadowy wall, with its first bony fingers splayed almost elegantly, is the shape of a human hand. I stare at it for a moment, letting my eyes flood with tears before I have to kneel down and wipe my face. I am not crazy. I have not been crazy all these years. Something happened. Something happened to me when I was a child, and I'm not just some fuck-up. I'm not just some piece of shit loser who can't keep his hands off a bottle. I have seen something. I have been touched by something vast and unimaginable. I stand and approach the hand. Yes, it is a human hand, as real as my own hand, holding the flashlight, except it's a little bit more bone wrapped in gray papery skin. It extends from a wrist that is fused to a distorted mess of gray and black shapes. The flashlight passes over an awful collage of desiccated anatomy, rows of teeth, racks of ribs, pairs of eye sockets and hip sockets, shaking vertebrae, femurs, tibias, and clavicles. For a moment, I feel like I am not standing on ground, but am suspended over a pit full of bodies, like one of the great burning pits of Treblinka, only much vaster. These are not just the bodies from Treblinka, but from all of the camps, all of the prisons, all of the pogroms, all the wars, all the plagues, all the indifferent machinery of history, the great unfeeling clock wheels of the cosmos which roll sublimely along, generation after generation, rending and crushing the human form into pieces, into powder, into dust, into ash. Vertigo encloses me. I totter and find myself sitting on the ground, sweating, gasping. The jumble of body parts spins around me and I close my eyes. What is this vision of death? The dead clockwork universe, stars and abyss, atoms and void. This is something beyond Mother, even more horrible and fundamental. Mother is at least alive. Monstrous and devouring, but alive, virulently fertile. She writhes and struggles within the vast tomb universe, binding times and worlds to... But the dizziness passes, and with it the visions. The ideas slip away like fish in a stream. Sitting there in the afterglow of this near revelation, I think of what Sean said happened to him when he came to this cave. He said he smelled applesauce coming out of the tunnel, a smell that reminded him of his daughter. He said he could feel the presence of the evil one tempting him with dreams of family and love. I open my eyes and pick up the flashlight and shine it down the tunnel. Is there anything down there? Anything to tempt me? The flashlight catches awful shapes along the walls, extending on and on until the beam of light falls. But I don't see anyone in the tunnel. I don't sense anyone waiting for me, and I don't smell anything but dust and ash and cookies. Little sugar cookies. My God, I remember. They were like the ones my mom used to make for me, but not quite the same as them. These were the ones I used to make for myself, out of stones. The memory of it comes flooding up to me so hard that again my eyes are full of tears. Christ, I used to sit in my room with stones and turn them into cookies. I tried to make them like Mom's cookies, but they always tasted a little different. And that made me miss her even more. Impossible. Completely impossible. And yet real. Real and floating in the darkness before me. I stand and brush myself off. There is something at the end of the tunnel waiting for me. Good or evil, it will be an answer, a resolution, an end. I walk into the dark. We cut back to the sun. I say my prayer and look out the window. For a long time the street is empty. Then he comes walking down the road, carrying a flashlight, even though it's lights out. I rush downstairs. Mother is sitting at the kitchen table. I think of saying goodbye to her, but the gleam in her eyes tells me that there's no need. I go into the dim-lit front hall. A beam of daylight is shining through the peephole. There's a knock on the door. I wait. The knob turns. The door opens. This is it. The beginning. I walk into the light. The end.
The end?
The end. The topic is Mother opens the door at last. Editor notes,
Shit.
Editor notes suggest rewrite started early, then ended. See revision history. Official rewrite started September 29th, 2016 with the Mother Horse Eyes author. And then it posts a long string of 3s, 1s, 2s, and 0s, which means it's not binary.
Yeah, no.
And then there's a one-off little paragraph that says this was updated 7 years ago, and it says, meta-narrative or SPDT in your current reality is one of the subtlest and most difficult of the science and magic arts. There is more opportunity for errors or comprehension, judgment, and practice than in any other branch of physics and magic. Just look at the current timeline Q has created. Do you doubt Q's power? Do you doubt ours to influence your life? How much has the meta-narrative affected you? You're here, after all. There is a weird post that follows, but I want to make sure it's coming from somewhere
Like credible
and not just...
Well, I mean, I know what my rating is right now with that ending.
I want to see if this is a real thing first.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second.
Yeah.
Because it did continue. It said narrative part 3, but it's not... Let me see if it's in the ebook. That'll probably give a...
Yeah.
If that's where the ebook ends, that's all we're going to read.
That makes sense.
Oddly enough, the ebook ends at 81 with the poem, or the song by Garth Brooks.
Oh. And it just doesn't keep going?
It also... Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm reading the author inserts. That's between 81. I forgot I can't just scroll to the end. I need to actually go back a couple pages because this is... The ebook put all the author self-inserts and like songs at the back.
Yeah.
Like here's Fairy Queen. There's the self-insert. And the first post. Yeah, I walk into the light, the end.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I'm at 8.2, which does take into account the misspelling of chode, which would put it at an 8.4 otherwise.
I think that's fair, but I also think does the misspelling of chode not tap into the meta narrative at least a little bit in a funny way?
I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, okay.
It like that irks me.
I think that's fair.
Like, not only did you introduce a new way of spelling chode into my entire existence, you then tell me that my way of spelling chode is wrong. Fuck you.
Fuck you, yeah.
Fuck you.
I had the same reaction to that entire meta-narrative post where it's like, oh, you're wondering about this, this, and this? Well, we're not going to get into it. And I was like, fuck you, post. You know what you're doing to me. You're taking my balls and you're twisting them right now, and they're already blue, so fuck off.
Yeah.
I'm a little damned at the moment because there is something in me that really, really, really genuinely wishes you hadn't brought up it just ending right before we read the 100th one.
That's fair.
Because now it's like... it doesn't have the wind behind it as much because you called it. And I'm like... it doesn't have the power of me being like, oh shit, that's where it ends.
Yeah.
Like, I'm now, like, you didn't spoil it because you didn't know, but you
saw it coming.
You made a logical assumption that, holy shit, this isn't going to give us any answers. It's not going to end.
Well, and to be fair...
Which we have been saying for a long time. It's probably just going to end.
Yeah, he foreshadowed to it a couple chapters ago, too. Like, when he was like, how do I write an ending? Like, he foreshadows, should I even write an ending?
There kind of isn't an ending.
Yeah,
I mean, there is. There is an ending. The ending is that...
I'm going to face the demon.
It's a little bit more complicated. He's the reason his summer as a kid ended.
Yeah.
He showed up as an adult and said,
and
it's time to go.
Yeah.
So, it does show the kind of haunting, non-linear, space-defying, time-defying nature of Mother, but it doesn't provide a conclusion. It provides
a conclusion for the son, not for
it provides
the narrator.
context.
Yeah.
It provides an answer to what happened to him when he was a kid, but it doesn't end the story.
Yeah.
Mother still, like...
is there waiting.
Here's where I'm at right now.
Mother's coming for you.
Here's where I'm at right now. The purpose of the story, meta, is to make us aware.
Yeah.
It is a warning sign. It is a flare gun. It is putting, like we said right before we read, this is the bat signal for Skynet.
Yeah.
End times, it's the guy with the cardboard sign saying the end is nigh in Times Square.
Well,
you know.
And it does bring me back to, obviously, like, the author had some form of biblical knowledge, right? Grew up with it or whatever.
Yeah.
It very much reminds me of, right, the first 4 books of the New Testament, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, is here's the story from my perspective, and some spots it ends, and some spots it begins, and some people tell things that others didn't see, and some, you know, and, like, this is just one prophet of...
the Bible.
You know, whether it be Karen or Q or Mother or whoever, like, whoever's pulling the strings has more strings that we don't know about, you know, existing.
Sure.
Maybe we're the strings, you know?
The story is definitely the string, but I think it's meant to make you feel like everything it brings up is also a string. So
absolutely.
Which makes the human experience pretty compelling for the story's sake. Mm-hmm. But it's still... I get it. Listen, I get it. I'm not like being simple-minded or obtuse. I'm just saying... you paint a picture of this genre-bending, otherworldly threat, and that's it. You paint the picture. The story is the painting of the picture. We don't do anything with it.
Yeah,
I think when we first started this series, and I remember talking to you, or maybe it was like an episode or 2 ago, I was talking to you about like the definition of a tulpa, and we were talking about Roko's basilisk and stuff, like a thought experiment being taken to the nth level. That's how I feel about the story, but that's how I feel about those concepts. That's not how I feel about the story. That's just how I feel about those concepts.
Yeah, like that.
You wrap me into a concept. You spin me a narrative about a psychedelic Slender Man, and I'm there. I'm seated. But it's gonna live and die on the story you tell with it. And so much of something like Slender Man is the simplicity of the story. Ooh, spooky shadow in woods, come out, steal kids, gone forever. That's the simplicity of Slender Man.
Yeah.
You are taking Slender Man and
magnifying
really
it
making it into a complex substance. Yeah, like you are turning it into a history-defining, time and space outlier of of weird fictional circumstances. And don't even talk about demon penis and black Jesus. Like, don't even go there. Is Elandria Tessalandria? Don't even go there.
Yeah.
There are so many like one-off little narratives in this story that should not fucking exist.
Probably.
There is it's meant to show you a breadth, like a spectrum of which to define the good parts and the bad parts.
Yeah.
But the bad parts are bad.
Yeah.
The confusing parts are confusing.
Especially when
like,
you're going to try and tie it together into a narrative about yourself.
And then you end at the beginning.
Yeah.
Like what a dick punch, what a Dark Tower way of ending this is to be like, and then I let child me out so that he could go on to be an addict and write a story about this happening. And then when he grows up, he's going to come and let him out of his next cage. We're all in our own cages and it's up to our adult selves to let our kid selves out. Nope.
I almost wish...
Nope. Kid me is dead in that cage somewhere. I'm too high to go let kid me out of Mob's house. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. I do almost wish, and I know you liked the Ben narrative quite a bit more than I did as it was happening.
Narrative. The Ben narrative is the best narrative in the story.
I do agree with that, and I think that would have been a better narrative or a better perspective, I should say. Not necessarily a better narrative, but a better perspective to bring the story to a close.
But even that one copped out.
Of course.
Even that one, even that one was like, we're just characters in a story. The whole purpose of this is just to tell a story. And I'm like, what?
The author was, and self-admittedly, was much better at writing beginnings than endings.
Yeah.
And we know
Asking questions, not so much giving answers.
Like,
I mean, here's the truth. Genuinely. Here's the truth. This story is just a description of an otherworldly entity, and that's all that you could chalk it up to.
Yeah.
How many times on this show, literally, have we read stories of, oh, I'm a person and I witnessed a thing or a monster and it was spooky.
Yeah.
Right? We're not off point. We're not off character. We're not off base. This is our wheelhouse. This is what we cover. Mm-hmm. However, the commitment to 5 parts and 20 hours of material is where I have to be critical. I do.
Yeah.
I have to say...
we sunk a lot
I have
into
to
this.
say, you can, and there have been, stories that tell similar narratives without going nearly as hard. Mm-hmm. And it's both a blessing and a curse.
Yeah.
It is something to revel and it's something to disappoint. I think my expectations were so high because the questions this narrative asks are interesting ones.
Yeah.
They're existential ones. They're belief and spiritual and extraterrestrial ones. But at the very same time, it's also everything everywhere all at once.
Yeah.
Which means if everything is everything, everything is nothing. Mm-hmm. And that's where I'm sitting at right now. I'm saying, oh, cool story. I don't know if I actually believe in Mother.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is not how I felt at the beginning of the story.
I wanted it to be like, I'm thinking about this.
You could read this entire story and get to the end and be like, oh, this is an addict unlocking his childhood trauma and nothing more. Yeah. Mother is a personified... Mother is a metaphor for his addiction. Trickling in at a young age and locking him up, and then only in enlightenment of adulthood does he finally, reveal himself and his issues. It's like, no, I liked the monster. I liked Mother. She was interesting enough for me to read an entire fucking series about.
So I've been playing a lot of chess recently, and at the end of the game, they give you like a review. And it's blue, green, yellow, red. Okay. And they'll show you early game, mid game, and late game. And they'll give each one a color. And I very much look at this as introductions to characters / questions / story arcs is blue. Writing style was absolutely green. Endings, red. Red. it's a blend of middle, red is worst. Yellow red is
yellow, green, blue.
Yeah, blender. So it's green, yellow, red, and then blue is like
good.
above
blue
green.
Is above green.
Yeah,
okay.
like green is best. Blue is like brilliant.
Okay.
Is kind of how they.
So your opinion is writing was phenomenal.
Yeah, writing was very, very good.
Characters were good. Decent. Endings were bad.
Yes.
Okay. That's fine. It's a good.
Yeah,
it's a good GPA for what I would assume this story is.
Yeah, like I said,
you ended at an
8.2. Yeah, that is a very good score.
I respect that, and I think I would agree.
That's better than most pizza you can get in the Lehigh Valley.
I would give this story an 8 as well. I think there's a part of me that put it too much onto a pedestal and put too many expectations into it.
Sure.
Because I heard it was so good. Mm-hmm. And maybe it's you had to be there.
Yeah.
You had to witness it coming out on Reddit at that time in 2016.
I can imagine that with delays and waits and anticipation, I'd be all over this.
Yeah. It reads as a bad ARG.
Sure, yeah.
And I say that as someone who I don't know if I've ever seen a good ARG.
That's also fair. That's also very fair. Especially with 100 different subreddits.
There's only so many that I like.
Yeah.
Cloverfield. Only one I've ever enjoyed.
Yeah.
The Cloverfield ARG. Going into all the websites and figuring out the company and the backstory and the people who worked there and all that shit. Mm-hmm. I don't know if there are many that I actually enjoy more than that. It's Marble Hornets.
Okay.
Back in the day, but again, that's Slenderman. That's why I liked it so much. Yeah. It's you got me with the monster. I'm a sicko for monsters. I just think the mascot of this series is a collection of body parts wearing a dress with long gray hair and a skull for a face.
I think that
and an amorphous death god quality.
Some of the early descriptions of Mother Horse Eyes were really, really good. And then it kind of just devolved into, Mother,
I'm afraid of these things. And she is that.
And it didn't have the
Lovecraftian.
The oomph. That I figured that character would have.
It did the movie thing where you show the monster too much and now I'm not scared of it anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't show the monster. You don't. We are more afraid of the things we don't see than the things we do.
Yeah.
It's a good reason why Pennywise makes a great mascot but not a great movie monster.
Mm-hmm.
And he is because of the performance, but in essence,
sure.
reading it, I don't think anyone is actually sitting there going what makes this monster scary is the fact that it's a clown. What they should be saying is what makes this monster scary is that it knows what I'm afraid of and it turns into that fucking thing right in front of me. Yeah. And it's everyone's afraid of something different. Different strokes, different folks. We felt that way pretty much about this entire series.
Yeah.
I just think that if that's the vibe you're gonna hit, you have to carve out a better path for yourself. And I'm saying that as someone who really did love, again, 80 to 90% of what we read. I just think what I loved is being bogged down by what strikes me as useless mileage.
Yeah.
Creative writing. Follow me on this one. How many people wrote this?
I don't think it's more than 3. I know I do think it's 1. I do genuinely sincerely think it's 1, but I could see it being a team of 3.
I think the reason it's so dissonant is because it is a mass of people.
Okay.
What if a different author wrote each fucking narrative?
There's no way.
You're right.
Maybe not exactly
100. Maybe
100.
not exactly.
Yeah, I could see it being 20.
I could see the investigator being a completely different author.
Yeah.
I could see the CIA guy being the same as the investigator.
Yeah.
But I can't see the guy who wrote the CIA be the same person who wrote the author.
Yeah, I agree.
So I want to say this could be like 5 to 10 people.
Yeah.
All doing different creative writing, which also explains why it is so fucking hit or miss. It is so black and white, because you can't actually... We just did this. For the 300th, we just did this. Imagine if there was a through line through all of our stories for the 300th writing
Oh my
special.
God.
There's
It
no
would've been
way.
impossible.
There's no way.
Yeah.
But what if I frame it with... I'm just a guy having different nightmares every night because I'm a mushroom head and I like taking mushrooms. I'm going to write my dreams tomorrow. And then the first dream is the story you wrote. And then we get to the second dream and it's the story I wrote.
Yeah.
And then we get to another dream and it's the story Kitty wrote. Like,
That's fair.
yeah, like, we get 20 people together into a room. One of them's going to write a story about a fucking dog. Mm-hmm. One of them's going to write a story about
a cat.
a dog. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like, you know, that's where I'm like, you know, fuck the collective a little bit, because we needed a captain behind the wheel on this series, and it needed a tighter hand. It needed a stronger wrist to be able to fucking course correct. Because I'm hung up on the mileage. I'm hung up on the mileage because I hate getting 20 hours into something and being like, it just wasn't as good as I thought it was going to be.
Yeah. I do think that
Maybe
some
it'll
of the
be better
timelines
in
for
me
like the
listening to it.
alcoholism versus sobriety didn't make a ton of sense.
Sure. Again, addiction is just a framing device for this author, and it's kind of weak.
Yeah.
A little bit. A little bit. We're being hard because this is what happens when you get to hour 5 on a single episode.
Yeah.
So it's just like, we're being hard on it because this was a lot. This was a lot of work from both of us. It's going to continue to be a lot of work for me as I go through and edit all of this. I just think that the juice needs to be worth the squeeze. And this is going to go down in history as probably one of my top 10 stories that I've read on this show.
We squeezed really, really hard and got 3/4 of a cup of orange juice. Yeah. And at the end of the day, 3/4 of a cup of orange juice isn't as good as a full glass of orange juice, but it's a hell of a lot better than 1/3 of a cup of orange juice.
And it's still good juice.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll take a half a cup of Pog juice over 1/3 a cup of the sweetest orange juice you've ever had.
Sure.
You know, like, we'll mix different fruit together. We'll give you a nice blend.
Yeah.
It'll be pulpy and shitty, you know, just the way you like it. But, like, I'm still going to sit there being like, I want more juice.
And but realistically, you've got 3/4 of a cup of orange juice. That just leaves room for vodka.
Hey, now we're talking. You know.
I'm going to leave the audience with this.
Okay.
If you want to dress up like a clown girl, hit me up.
Jeez, no, we're not ending with that. We're not ending with that. We're just saying it again so that you make sure that they hear it this time. Because before when you said it, you expressed regret. Now we're saying...
I mean, it's out there.
We're saying it with intent.
I'll say, if it's out there, it's out there.
That's fair. No, here's where I'm at. There is a different post that thread ends with that I'm going to read when we're done recording.
Okay.
Because I want to see what it has to say.
I said, do you mind sending it to me?
Yeah. And here's where I'm at. If this person started posting again, if this account, sorry, not person, I'm pretty firmly in the camp that this was like 3 to 6 people. If this account starts posting again, I'm going to need to follow along and make sure I'm seeing it firsthand before I deem it something we put up on the show. Because I'm down for the journey.
Yeah.
I'm not down for the work.
Understood.
And that's a hard thing to say on this show. Because there's a lot of stuff in life that I like, that I'm a fan of. But there's not a lot of stuff that I want to put 20 plus hours of work into to exist on this show. Recently, someone asked me if I wanted to play a specific video game for the show. And even though it's thematically adjacent, I sat back and I was just like, I don't think we're gonna do that. I don't think we're gonna do that for the show. I think it's too much. I think it's too long. And ultimately, I don't think the juice is worth the squeeze. So I'm sitting there and I'm saying that, and I'm like, there's a similar feeling to this.
Yeah.
I've drunk the juice. It was good. I'm still thirsty, and I don't think, no matter how much juice this author's going to continue to squeeze, it isn't the juice I'm necessarily looking for right now.
It's like getting pomegranate juice when you're in the mood for apple juice.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
like,
yeah. Yeah, no. I'm. It's different strokes, different folks again. And I hope everyone did enjoy.
Yeah. I hope you gave this a 9.3.
Hearing this or reading this with us, going through it with us, being a part of it with us, I hope people did enjoy it. I'm not trying to shit on it. I genuinely am not. I did enjoy a lot of it. I think Mother is going to stick with me for a little bit. I think it's going to be one of those things that possibly gets better over time. Listen, when I first read Baraska, I wasn't in love with it. We shit on the entire finale that the author wrote. I wasn't in love with Spire in the Woods when we read it. We shit on that finale too. I have a feeling that I shit on finales because it's not what I would have done, and I consider myself a pretty creative person. Mm-hmm. So I sit back and I'm just like, you could have done this. It was right there and you didn't do it. And that's where I'm being caught up on my fucking armchair for a second.
I have this tendency to see endings coming.
You did, yeah.
Which is why when I see an ending coming, I'm not necessarily upset with it, because like
it lined up.
Yeah, like I just
can't be disappointed with something you pretty much
that
saw
was not necessarily a natural progression, but something that logically made sense.
Yeah,
you know. So I do that with too much, unfortunately, sometimes.
I think I'm at this point where I think it's not the sum, but the individual. Sure. I think what makes this series really good and what makes me excited to go back and listen to it is very specific parts. Yeah. You know, a lot of the investigator, a lot of the CIA, a lot of the Iwo Jima stuff, mm-hmm. The factual
everything that
stuff.
Started something.
Ben's narrative. Yep. Very excited to go back and listen to these things. Maybe, you know, there is definitely stuff we missed. Anyone who sat down and listened to this
especially
all
the
in
SS,
one go from episode to episode, you've probably picked up on things we didn't or things we missed.
Because we've been doing this for
we were recording this over the course
weeks.
of like a month and a half, and we were meeting once every week or two. And so it's like we're constantly picking up and putting down and then waiting and then picking up and putting down and waiting. And it's just like, I'm not blessing my fragmented approach to this series. I'm just saying, I hope listening to this brings it up, inflates it a little bit to where I'm sitting at on the couch right now. Sure. Because I think where I'm sitting at on the couch right now is from a perspective of, well, there's that.
Yeah,
but
we also were in the moment of the end.
Exactly. The egg just broke on the floor, and now we're just staring at the yolk, just fucking sitting there. And it's like, I have a feeling that when this comes out in fucking July, mm-hmm. I'm going to be sitting there going, yeah, I was too hard on this. This was actually pretty good. Yeah. Because I'll have been re-listening to it, editing it, cutting it down, tightening it up, mm-hmm. you know, little things here and there that could, you know, possibly help this read better or feel better. And I look forward to that. I think this is going to be a hindsight story that sticks with me. But I'm genuinely interested in hearing what other people thought, what other people mm-hmm. continue to think about this series. So if anyone did really like this or wants to talk about anything that we maybe missed or didn't, you know, elucidate me, please. Like, find us on comments, find us on Facebook, Reddit, message me on Patreon. You could sign up for free. It's fine. Like, I want more people to be aware of this story, which I think helps with the whole spotlight mm-hmm. advocacy of this narrative. but I also think a lot of people might not like this. This might not be for everyone.
Well, especially with the length.
Especially
like a lot of people might like realize it's 5 parts and just be like, nah.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait for them to finish.
Yeah.
Waiting 2 weeks between episodes is probably gonna suck for people listening to this, because those recaps, those recaps are gonna have to become very thought-provoking to touch back into the same thing. I almost want to say, like, I might just release all 5 of these fucking congruently and then take another month break just so that people can hear this, like, week to week.
Well, I was thinking, like, as we were doing it, like, a really nice editor's note would be, if you just listen to the last part and you don't need the recap, skip to, 32:48 or whatever the timestamp is.
People see the timestamps in the description. That's always an option for anyone on any episode. If you
and
don't
now
want
you
to
know
hear
that
us
afterwards.
If you don't want to hear us bullshit, people already know. Like, our fans already know. Go to the description. Everything is timestamped.
Yeah.
There are a lot of people who skip our bullshit and just listen to the stories. I'm not faulting them for that. I think the quality of the stories speaks for itself.
Yeah, it's sometimes better than the quality of the bullshit.
It's definitely better than the quality of the bullshit.
By definition.
Yeah, that's the point of the show.
Yeah.
The point of the show is gather around the campfire to hear our spooky tales, but like you're staying. The core of the audience is staying to see what we think and feel about it. So it's interesting. I look forward to maybe diving a little bit deeper into this Reddit, seeing what more of the community has to say, seeing if there's any explain this threads out there.
Yeah.
Just as, not because I need it explained. It's pretty obvious we don't need this fucking explained to us. But I think
more insights.
If there is someone that offers a perspective I hadn't figured, then I want that to be brought to my attention. So, this is the type of series that, like, because it didn't have answers, it won't have answers.
Yeah.
And because it didn't, any line of thought could supplant reason. So that's like, that's a little interesting, up to interpretation. We've seen how that does with No Sleeps before. So, it's interesting. But I'm still glad to have read this with you.
Oh, yeah. I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Very interesting series. Very cosmic, dread-inducing, existential voice to a lot of this writing. And I actually think it is kind of poetic that you're the person I read it with for X amount of reasons narratively. Yeah. So, it's fun. This is why we do this. This is the reason we do this. So it's another one of those, I think, Hall of Famers in my brain that sticks out and says, this is a reason why we continue to do this show, to pick up narratives like this and bring them to the forefront and share them with other people.
Share and dissect.
Yeah, that's pretty much, that could have been the title for this show, but I was too high and I thought it would be funnier to call it Pasta.
Yeah. Well,
what are we going to do next? You said you wanted to do mushrooms and read something. What are we going to go looking for? What do you want to read on?
For that.
What do you want to read on mushrooms? What should I look for?
Honestly,
what's a vibe that you want to scratch?
I want it to be from the perspective of children. Is that like weird and fucked up?
No, because we read a lot of stories like that.
Yeah, but like doing that while on mushrooms, like that's
what we did for Odd Kids.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay. Let me see what I can find. There's definitely that's a wide swath.
I would say because I don't necessarily want it to be something like
I could run it through
intellectual.
The filter. I could run it through the filter. Yeah.
Yeah, just something that's like
take us back to the grassroots.
Yeah, easy to process while being not elevated. Necessarily. Like.
Yeah. We've all been there. We've all been way too high to be doing what we're doing. Yeah. So I agree with that. Yeah. I think if we're gonna reel ourselves in with a mushroom tale, then we should find a story that's appropriate for the tale.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're giving ourselves the mind capacity of a 13-year-old.
Sure. I think willfully. Yeah. I think maybe there's a chance that this season brings another episode with Where Am I, and that may or may not be on mushrooms.
Yeah. I also do think, obviously the beginning would have been really, really rough on some type of psychedelic. This ending would have been easy to process on psychedelics.
You're right. I was overthinking it.
Yeah.
I had lofty expectations for this finale.
Oh yeah.
I had,
and it kept pulling away from the LSD.
well, it kept changing.
Yeah.
It kept
changed
changing.
a lot.
It changed a lot. There was an aspect of this finale that I wanted to be I don't know. I just wanted it to be an experimental trip that brings all the narratives together, and suddenly we find some kind of higher meaning behind ABCXYZ stories.
Yeah.
And all of those characters come together and coalesce and maybe form some type of outfit against Mother. Like,
sure.
Like, Karen,
especially
Karen finds a way to talk to different character, and different character finds a way to talk back to her. Yeah. SS officer begrudgingly contributes to investigator's narrative. Mm-hmm. CIA guy picks up on investigator's narrative and tosses the baton. Like, this is a communal story. This is a story of all different worlds, peoples, races, lineages, lifetimes, existences, and awarenesses.
Yeah, you were looking for the end game scene where the hanging tree branch is in the back corner giving a nod to everything.
I'm not trying to make myself sound Marvel-brained when we say that. I think I just wanted a sense of finality. I wanted a sense that said there's a reason why these things happened.
Yeah.
And what's worse is the end of the story did do that. It mentioned, as the guy was in the basement, he mentioned Treblinka. He mentioned, having certain feelings that were expressed in different parts. So it's like, I see you. I see what you're doing. I know what you're doing. You're just not doing it hard enough.
Yeah.
And it didn't need to be a direct communication. That's where I stepped back from the Marvel brain to, like, it didn't need to be a portal scene where everyone showed up in the same room. I'm just saying, if Karen's story ended by saying, this is all just to put a spotlight on Mother, I wanted the spotlight to be fucking shown.
Yeah.
I wanted the light at the end to not just be a metaphorical tunnel for a character to pass through. I wanted it to be now like, we are aware, and you need to fight back, and that the call to action would be the end of the story.
It fell on the crutch a little too hard of I just blacked out for 5 days.
I'm so over unreliable narrators, man.
Yeah.
I'm so over it.
Yeah.
That's one thing that pisses me off about this story, is not everything needs to be, I was drunk today. It's hard to believe what's happening.
Yeah. I've gone on, the longest bender I went on was 11 days. And I, remember it vividly. Mm-hmm. Well, I remember it vividly is absolutely the wrong word. But, there was never a point where I go, wow, 11 days just disappeared. There's still, there was a Wednesday in the middle where we went to Lice to go get sushi.
There's a recollection. I've never browned out or blacked out before, so it's it's hard for me to go there. It's hard for me to see these things.
I'd like to say I haven't browned out or blacked out this month, but...
Okay.
We went to a wedding.
Did you brown out at the wedding? Congratulations, Django Phillips.
Yeah, congratulations.
Yeah.
I don't think I browned out. Although...
Do you remember getting home?
Yes.
Okay, then you didn't brown out.
I remember... So, Deputy Dewey and I don't know if BR is on the podcast, but the three of us went down to a brewery beforehand. Yeah. I was drunker during the ceremony than I was at the reception.
Well, of course, time and food.
Yeah, that's when I browned out. The picture in that group chat from whenever that was yesterday,
oh, okay.
I don't fucking remember taking that picture.
Okay.
And I just look at my face and I'm like, Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Yeah, I think a lot of this series kind of... It strikes that same chord of just being like... A lot of this narrative is browned out.
Yeah.
A lot of it is, and it is a crutch. You're right. It is a crutch. It sits on it to say, like, oh, this is going to be unreliable for a reason, haha. And I'm like, no, fucking do the work.
Yeah.
like, I'm sorry. It's like, I'm enough with the exposition, like, cover story.
Mm-hmm.
Bullshit.
Because even...
Give me fucking answers.
Yeah. Even as I say, hey, I don't remember taking a picture before. I do remember the bride walking down. I remember the DJ fucking up. Like, I remember. I'm
sitting here saying, I actually love how much this ending is getting to me because it's making me...
Yeah, we've rambled about it for a while now.
It's making me feel things. You know, and that's where I'm like, that's a sign of a good story. It is the sign of a good story.
It is.
No one walks out of The Mist and says, we gotta go back in, we gotta see that story again. Like, no, it lingers with you, it makes you feel, it makes you think. You have to sit for yourself by a while just to comprehend.
It's thought-provoking and it's discussion-provoking.
Yeah.
And that's better than most things.
It's a good sign. It's a good sign. It's
just making sure you're always gonna be alright.
I would love that.
A loving angel, tender, tough and strong. Come on, child, it's time to meet your